rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your number one chief, Rockin' Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the premier Knicks in the Nighttime show, the Knicks at Night podcast. Salute, salute, salute. Man, my main man, Corey Lee is in the building. Corey Lee says, peace and salute. Queens is in the building. Queens get the money, and the 718 boys are here. 2, peace. Remember, hit that like button. New goal, 4,000 subscribers. Yeah, man. Salute, Luke Honaseka. HIM is in the building. Salute, man. Thank you for joining us on Playback TV, man. Appreciate you rocking with us over there. So the Knicks beat the Pelicans a lot to a little bit, right? And I'm not gonna say I didn't see this coming. I did see this coming, I think. Teams like this, the Knicks just seem to have a way with them a lot of times. The Knicks just seem to have their way with them. So, their roster was depleted. The Knicks were fresh. A lot of things, whatever. Our players didn't have Cat and Jalen Brunson didn't have the best shooting night tonight, but it is what it is, right? I think Cat shot like 4 of 14 or something. Yeah, Cat was 4 of 12. Jalen Brunson was 4 of 11. Jalen Brunson had 9 assists. Cat had 19 rebounds. But the story of the night was Mikal Bridges with 31 points and 7 of 12 from 3. That to me was the story of the night. One other thing, though, Deuce McBride is looking really confident, man. Deuce McBride is looking really confident offensively. Deuce played this game. Deuce had 13 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds in 22 minutes. I was impressed. Jalen Brunson and Cat basically had half the night off. Hit Him Up is in the building. Salute. Hit Him Up says that the Knicks roster is depleted also. Hey, bro, I agree. I agree with you, bro. Man, listen, I agree. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox, is in the building. Salute. There were a few things that I saw tonight from a basketball-y perspective. Right, from a basketball-y perspective, there were a few things that I saw tonight. Right, from a basketball-y perspective, from a nerd's perspective, I saw excellent defense from Jalen Brunson on rotations and such, and then I saw some not so excellent rotations from our weak side guys against the Pelicans. That didn't come back to bite us. But Against other teams, though, that might be a thing, right? That might be a thing, right? You saw Jalen Brunson get called for 2 charges and a blocking foul on defense. Defensively, Jalen Brunson was charged for a charge, an offense, or to say it in a way that makes sense. Jalen Brunson's got a offensive foul called, a charge, and a defensive blocking charge. And all 3 plays, I think Jalen Brunson had an excellent defensive rotation. Right? Jalen Brunson left the rim and went out to meet the guy, right? Because since Jalen Brunson is short and is not very athletic, Jalen Brunson is not going to meet people's dunks at the rim like OG Anunoby did on Daniel Tice, right? So Jalen Brunson has to recognize it soon enough and then rotate out there far enough where he can take the offensive foul or get the turnover, basically. I think that was excellent job on Jalen Brunson's part. Is that for me? Thank you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Are you telling me that you're hot? Okay. Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes. Hey, hot Mike. Why you ain't tell me the mic was hot, Kerry Cox? Kerry Cox ain't even told me the mic was hot. You ain't even put it in the chat. Man, come on, dog. You supposed to be my friend, dog. Come on, man. Yo, okay. But yeah. So on the basketball note, I think Jalen Brunson's defense in the rotation part, I think, was spot on off the ball. Now, did he get beat a few times off the dribble, but trying to maneuver screens? Yes. Yep. He did. But the thing is, do most NBA guards get beat off the dribble and off screens? Absolutely. So if you're critiquing Jalen Brunson's defense, so if you're critiquing Jalen Brunson's on-ball defense at the point of attack, I would relax a little bit because a lot of NBA guards get beat off that. And Jalen Brunson got beat, so I wasn't really even concerned about that. Now, who I am concerned about is Josh Hart, right? Who I am concerned about is Josh Hart, right? I'm not concerned about his effort. I'm concerned about Josh Hart's refusal to make the easy play offensively or defensively. I think Josh Hart is like one of those dudes that he felt like if he don't make things hard for himself, that he's not important. Nah, bro, that's not how things work, Josh Hart. That's not how things work, Josh. You can be important and do the easy things. Like the Knicks got beat a couple of times. Cat got pulled away from the rim, and I'm not blaming Cat for getting pulled away from the rim. In today's NBA, where everybody can shoot the three, bigs and everybody's going to get pulled away from their normal assignment, right? Everybody's going to get pulled away from their normal assignment. You know, teams are trying to create space, right? And so there were about 4 times where Cat got pulled away, and Josh Hart was the guy that was supposed to rotate. No. I take that back. There are about 10 or 12 times where Cat got pulled away, and then the rotation with Josh Hart and Cat fit seamlessly. Like as soon as Cat slid his feet to get back, Josh Hart switched off and let Cat have the big, which is really impressive.
My God, my God.
718
You
boys in the
so
building.
fly, I had to come. You know what I'm saying? You so fly, I had to come back and rock with you twice.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I appreciate the show this morning, man. I was listening to you rock this morning by yourself, and at first I was a
Mm-hmm.
little bit nervous. I was like, "Dang, man, Lee seemed like he a little bit." But I guess what it is when you hadn't done it so long by yourself, you know what I'm saying? You kind of got to get back in the groove. But once you was in the groove, I was like, "Shit, he don't need nobody. He don't need nobody." You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you know what I'm saying? I just had to get my thoughts across, and you know what I'm saying? And no disrespect to any of our other Nick fans. You fan the way you're supposed to fan. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I just, you know what I'm saying? I'm fortunate to have a platform, and I'm standing on somebody, a great man's shoulders, and he's a tall MF too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I guess that's why he's Nigerian, I guess. And and
Right.
he's a great super dude, man.
Who? Bully?
You man. And shout out to
Oh,
my
you talking
homie.
about? Oh, you talking about? Oh man, I missed it. I'm sorry.
All right, that's cool. You can catch him on the replay. Shout out to my man Bully. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man. If y'all only knew. Yo, Bully, man, if you're hearing me now, man, thank you this morning, man. You made me feel some type of way, man.
Yeah, man.
Mm.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, let's
Yeah,
go to the game, man.
yeah. So I was talking about the Knicks defense. So they were 10 to 20, 10 or 12 times where Cat got pulled away when he and Josh Hart were in a
Hmm.
um in a rotation, and um is that me? Hold
I
on.
don't know. I'm gonna mute. I
Hold,
think.
hold on. No, yeah, okay. Oh, I was just trying to figure out something, everybody. My bad. Um there were about 10 or 12 times where Hart and Cat were in a rotation, and Josh Hart, man, played it spectacularly about 6 of those times, where Josh Hart
Hmm.
stayed with the man, kept the body on him until Cat can recover, and then when Cat
Hmm.
got to that man, he peeled off and went to protect a smaller man, which was excellent.
Hmm.
Excellent defense, right? But
Hmm.
then there were about 3 times when Josh Hart didn't even go to the guy, and then we gave up layups at the backside of the rim, and then Josh Hart was looking for somebody to blame, and then he went to the ref and started complaining. And when you look at it, you like Josh, come on, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like man, you've been playing excellent, and for those, and I'm not being nitpicky, about Josh in a 40-point blowout, because the defense for the most
Hmm.
part was great. But if you remember the dunk that Eves Misi got, where it looked like he tried to tear the backboard off the hinges. Not the
Mm.
one where
I'm
he dunked
listening.
on Cat. Not the one where he dunked on Cat, because the one he dunked
Hmm.
on Cat was just straight up mano a mano, and he just dunked on Cat. Remember the one he just went around Cat and just jammed it and tried to snatch the rim out the hinges?
Hmm.
That one he did that
Hmm.
on Cat. That was just mano a mano, him dunking on Cat, right? But
Hmm.
before that, the Pelicans had an ice cold shooter in the corner, right?
Hmm.
They had an ice cold shooter in the corner, and Josh was had that weak side assignment, and he just, instead of
Hmm.
committing to the weak side shooter who was ice cold. And remember how, bro? You know they only scored like, what did they score? 10 points in the first quarter.
What, 8? No, yeah, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, remember how
Because I
ice
forgot
cold they
Nick
were?
record is,
Right,
huh?
right. Instead of him going to one guy or the other making a come, he just let the dude just go to the lane and dunk, and then look for somebody to complain to, and then just went and complained to the ref. And we like, Josh,
Instead of
that
just
was,
challenging.
yeah, that was, yo, it's like, Lee, you ever played linebacker before?
Come on, man. You already know. I told you my
I'm just
story.
I'm just asking, just in general, just humor me for the chat.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So
Inside, outside, middle.
you know when the quarterback showed the back of the football, like he gonna put it in the running back chest, but then he take it back off of play action.
Exactly.
He do that just to get your
Exactly.
eyes because your eyes tell you how to move and
Locked
where to
in.
go, right? Right.
Locked in. And some people and get somebody off their first step.
Right. And so in play action, you do that to make the linebackers freeze and take a false step so you can throw it in a
Mm-hmm.
place where they should be, but they're not because they froze, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so they
Mm-hmm.
ran that play for Josh Hart, right? But they had an ice
Mm-hmm.
cold in the corner and a non-ball handler attacking the rim. That's like having a defensive tackle running the play action play, and he gonna throw it to an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, neither one of these
Mm-hmm.
dudes were threats on that play, bro. Just commit to one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just all Josh had to do was just step up, put his body there, and they would have kicked out to an ice cold shooter in the corner. And whether he make it or miss it, you still made the right basketball play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't ever give up the rim. You don't ever give up the rim for the sake of a team ice cold from three, and then you don't even go out there.
Exactly.
And then you didn't even go out there and you just stayed in limbo. And then
Exactly. You like, come on, man. At least foul him, man. Please, man. Don't allow him to score.
right, and it's nothing but
Let him
it's
go to the
nothing but
line.
it's nothing but two step. All Josh had to do was take two steps forward. He could have either drew the charge, which Josh Hart doesn't do. If you notice, Josh Hart is not a guy
Mm-hmm.
that charges, right? Either
Mm-hmm.
take the charge or scramble to the corner.
Mm-hmm.
He did neither. He stayed in limbo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that said, the defense all night looked really, 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 really good in my mind.
All right, yo. This is one of the few times in my life. Oh my Jesus. I'm never gonna shoot this man some bail. Josh Hart. Because his heart is what he is.
Right, right,
I'm gonna shoot him some bail just because I think sometimes I swear he that number three is something's up with that number three. You know what I'm saying? Players who play with that number three make you sit there and be like, huh?
right.
If you understand what I'm talking about, going back to John Starks,
Yeah.
you know. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna sum this up quick. I think he runs around with blinders on, or he gets so caught up, and then when something just switches him up, or messes with him up, he gets stuck. Like, huh?
Right,
So
right.
that's the only thing I'm gonna say about that, and it happens on both sides of the ball, especially when he jumps in the air to try to give a stupid pass on a fast break.
Right, right. And you know,
So with that said,
and it was
fall
just
back.
now that happened twice in a game where one time it happened, we were up 20, and then another time it happened, we were up by like 38. So it didn't bother me in that sense, but it does bother me that Josh Hart gets so emotional, so wound so tight that in a moment he can just lose it, right? And that's what he is. Josh Hart is he's a high strung player. That's what he is.
Bro, I'm gonna say this, and another reason because I know when I played football, especially semi pro, you know what I'm saying, being I wasn't the biggest cat out there, but I played hard and I played at a position. I should have been a strong safety, you know what I'm saying, or a very weak outside linebacker. You know what I'm saying?
Call it a spur
But
or a jack. It's like the hybrid kind.
eh,
It's like a safety or a will or something like that. You call it you don't call it a joker because a joker is usually like a more big bodied fast guy.
yeah.
More like a
So
spur.
I'm yeah, pretty much like that. But I was super crazy on the pass rush. I can
Right.
just
Yeah.
for some reason get up around them tackles.
Right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know if it was quickness or hand speed, but it was what it was. But anyway, let's go back to basketball. But like I
Yeah.
said though, I was high strung too. And I needed that emotion and that aggression because I wasn't so big. And for him to play as hard as he is, deep in his heart, he probably was a power forward or a center in high school. I bet you he was, or just amongst like not too many bigs. You understand what I'm saying? But
Right.
this kid, he plays above himself. So
Right.
with that said, I'm assuming that much bail. But yeah, the retardedness, yo, man, excuse my language. I don't mean that. The ineptness, You know what I'm saying? Or the non-thinking of it all. Yo, yeah, bro. Sometimes you be lunching.
Yeah, yeah. Fritz, what's good, bro?
Doing good. Enjoying the win.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, you missed the Prince show we did yesterday. I don't know if I
Mm,
told you about it or not, but we did a show about Prince or whatever, man. It was fire.
Yeah, you know what? I I kind of know. I don't know a lot about Prince. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
What?
I know the popular
What?
stuff. You know the diamonds and pearls.
How old are you,
I know
young
that.
man?
He
How old are you,
old, bro.
man?
He old, bro.
I'm
Fritz is
old. I'm
old.
old.
Oh,
Fritz is old, bro. He just shout out to
wow.
Just
shout out to
wasn't
my
like his
Caribbean
music
brethren.
wasn't a thing. His music really wasn't a thing. Like
It
when
just
he
didn't come
was
across your
younger.
timeline.
I just wasn't rocking with it when I was younger. Just wasn't rocking with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but we did a joint, man. You know how usually we get about 12, 15 people in there most times.
Hmm.
Man, we had almost 70 people in there, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, man. So we had about 70 concurrent viewers in there, man. It was something, bro.
Wow, that was nice. That was nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
I only know like the popular stuff from Prince.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
I know like the stories and stuff like that, but like the music, I haven't been through the albums and stuff. No.
Pierre Moy says, "Yo," and Dripmore is in the building. And Nick Yak says, "Weak side linebacker sounds right, or strong safety for you." Yeah, yeah, Nick Yak. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And so I'm not critiquing Josh like what he did. I'm not critiquing Josh's effort, but the fact that when the thing happened, he was looking for somebody to blame. I'm like, dog, you beating this team by 20, and you looking for somebody to yell at? You know what I'm saying? Come on, Josh.
He's somebody don't like going out looking bad.
Yeah,
He's prideful, bro.
yeah. Now, and and shifting gears a little bit, Kerry Cox says we have to beat the Magic no matter what, and if our defensive assignments, now the assignments, I'm not saying the result, if our defensive assignments look this way Tuesday night as if they look tonight, I think we beat the Magic. Right? I think we beat the Magic. If our assignments are flawless like they were tonight, except for a couple of times, then I think we beat the Magic. And I'm
They
confident
they
in that.
Bro,
they've won 11 or 12. Um, mm,
I'm gonna say this, bro, real quick, man. If we beat the Magic, and I hope Boncaro's there. If we
nah,
beat the
he's
Magic,
out.
Yeah, he
my
gone, bro.
brother, Dios.
Him and
So I don't care, cause Franz and his brother been holding it down. I caught a couple of little snippets. I'm not saying they parading like that, but bro, I honestly feel like, you know what I'm saying, the way we play defense tonight, we short with that same type of defense, that same type of intensity. There you go. That's what I was looking at. And and you know what? Shout out to the captain because he had a piss poor day, but he dropped some dimes, yo. I was like, whoa, whoa! Shout out to the captain, yo. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to the, you know what I'm saying? Peanut Butter, $55 million man. Yo, shout him out because he got on the glass and he was horsing. You know what I'm saying?
who
And,
$55 million?
come on, man.
Who?
Yo, that thing that purrs. You know what
55?
I'm saying?
Oh, you talking about the ladies?
I think, or 50. He up there though. He gonna make it before he leave New York. I'll tell you that. But anyway,
Are you talking about
if I'm
Cat?
misleading,
Yeah, yeah, Cat make
exactly.
49. Yeah, Cat make 49.
All right, well, 50, 49, it's all the same to me.
Man, that extra.
I'm
Do,
gonna
do
say
you
this.
know how hard you and I could party with $6 million, bro?
Bro, man, we will not be able to. Man, Lord have mercy. Yo, they're gonna have to come with us. Yo, I'm gonna have to hire my
Lord have
cousin, who's a
mercy.
videographer, to come follow us for the next 10 years,
Yeah, man.
at least.
Yeah, I'm $6 million, bro. Bro, $6 million is so much money that they made a bionic person with that.
Exactly.
They made a
Steve
bionic
Austin.
person with that. Dang it, Lee! You gotta let me throw the alley. Lee jumped too early on the alley. Lee got
Oh, nah. You threw it. I just get high enough to get it, bro. Like Sean Kemp, the Rain Man.
right.
Mm.
So there were a few things that I was disappointed with tonight, man. And it's not because I'm disappointed with the guys. It's just the circumstance, right? Like I watch a lot of
Mm,
Jalen Brunson shots just like tease us and fall out. Like some of those cat threes, they teased us and
mm.
fell out, bro. I was like, dang it. But we didn't need them because we were already blowing them out. Yo, what's up with OG and Anobi? Can somebody tell me what's up with OG?
Man, yo, he finds his spots when he needs to, yo. Because yo, I was looking at his stats, yo, and even though he did not put up too many points, the steals, the block shots, you know what I'm saying, the fact that you know what I'm saying, one thing about OG Ananobi, I realized about him, if he gets into his rhythm, he is a what do you call it? When you want to rise, like not a pause. When you motivation, like he'll kill you if you got a run going. Real talk. Let him lock in real good, 1, 2, or 3 times. And if he at the top of the key, you throw a faulty pass, he going right down there and dunking it, bro. And he has some
Yeah.
time. Yo, man, who in the world would put Herb Jones on OG Ananobi in the post, yo? They
No,
call
no.
yo, they
Herb,
would not give him
Herb,
the continuation, man.
Herb Jones didn't play.
Not her. Who was the other one? The other scheme, Trey Murphy. That's what he was.
Right, right.
Put Trey Murphy on him. He spun that little boy around like a washing machine and went up. And I was like, "Oh, you killed him on the continuation."
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, I mean, I don't expect OG to drop 41 or 21. Yo, I expect OG to make great plays, timely plays.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Almost like my man, the Butcher. You know what I'm saying? Things that just change the momentum. That's what I was thinking about. Momentum. Change the momentum. And the one thing I saw about in the Knicks game, even though these are some G League cats and some of them, are some rookies, so sprinkled with 2 or 3 veterans in there, 4 or 5 veterans. Yo, man, the Knicks, their defense, their defensive intensity, I can honestly say I appreciated it. I saw it more so today than I did last week or the week before. You know what I'm saying? Um, if they keep doing like this, and if they respect, especially top tier players or top tier teams, you know what I'm saying, that are considered playoff teams. Yo, we handle that and put that same type of intensity. I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? But also too, we got to learn how to come back from getting punched in the mouth, and that's my biggest issue right now. But outside of that, I'm done.
What do you think, Fritz?
I don't know. When it comes to OG Ananobi, I think when I see OG Ananobi play, I just see him like capitalize off mistakes a lot. Like he's standing in the wrong spot, or he capitalized off mistakes. Recently, he hasn't been taking like bad shots. He's taking the same.
Yeah,
Three's wide open. I'm gonna shoot it,
yeah.
but it's just not going.
And
Now, one quick question.
the thing
One quick
about that,
question I want to ask Fritz.
Hmm.
Is Fritz, I'm sorry, Fritz. Fritz,
Hmm.
with that said, though, you said people's mistakes, but don't you think sometimes because of his athleticism and his speed, he kind of creates some of that too?
Yeah, he put pressure on you. Like you can't make a mistake around him. Like you need to be in front of him in position. If you turn your back the wrong way, that's when he gonna get you. Like it's just he gonna capitalize when you do something wrong. You do something
I'm
wrong, he's
talking,
gonna
on
get
the defensive end.
on the yeah.
no, but see, I was just gonna speak to that. The thing is, the thing about the OG and Anunoby types, bro, you can't really depend on them to be 20-point per game scorers because if OG and Anunoby, think about this, if OG and Anunoby was say a 50, 40, 80 type player with the defense he plays, he's a multiple time all-star, right?
He's quiet.
Yo,
So
he's McGrady.
Quiet.
He's
well,
McGrady.
no. He's Kawhi Leonard, is what I'm saying. Like in that lane of elite defense, for one, where the defense is better than the offense, but the offense he provides looks so good that it makes it make it look like he's a two-way player, but the defense is what he is his calling card, right? So if OG Anunoby on nights where OG Anunoby plays elite defense and scores you 40 points, you should immediately know that that's going to happen once or twice a season. That's not going to be, you can't expect that because in the NBA, it's too difficult to be a two-way stud, right? To be a two-way megastar and stay healthy, right? Because the dudes that do that generally don't stay healthy. Right. And
Mhm.
it's not because they're soft, it's because they throw their body on the line for like, and Tibbs is playing these dudes 40 minutes. Right. So when OG Anunoby has a night like tonight where he scores 7 points in a blowout, right? I'm like, hey man, I'm cool with it. Because the thing is, as Knicks fans, I think what we should really consider and really think about, right? Like really give some thought to is we saw tonight Mikal Bridges play an awesome defensive night, and his shot came back, right? But how many times are we going to see Mikal Bridges, right, have an elite defensive night and score 30 points in a game?
Mhm.
It's not going to be that often. We don't. We in theory,
Bim.
in theory, we want it every night, but in all practical senses and purposes, you don't really want that man stretching himself out like that because even the most injury offset guy is going to get injured by doing that, right? And so think about what we saw. We saw OG play an elite defensive night and his offense was off, and Mikal Bridges played an elite defensive night and his offense was on. And all the games before this, it had been vice versa, right? Right. We're like, yo, what's up with Mikal Bridges' offense? Right. But his defense, for the most part, had been on point. Was it where we wanted it to be? Probably not. Right. But the thing is with that is as long as we can continue to get both of those guys being assertive offensively and getting that high level of defense, regardless of as long as those two give us some combination of 30 points, we're going to beat anybody in the league. Right? Some combination of 30 points from those two dudes. If Bridges gets 20, OG gets 10. If Bridges gets 30 and OG doesn't score, we know that won't happen. But some combination of 30 points with their elite defense, bro. And yes, it was elite defense. I'm gonna point out some numbers to everybody, right? Right. CJ McCollum was 6 of 16. I think 4 of those buckets he got on Jalen Brunson, right? DeJounte Murray was 5 of 17. Trey Murphy was 3 of 14. Right. Out of that 6 of 16, man, that was straight up CJ McCollum taking Jalen Brunson off the dribble. We saw it. we ain't even gonna front. We ain't even gonna front like we didn't see it. We saw C.J. McCollum taking Jalen Brunson to school, but we also saw Jalen Brunson taking C.J. McCollum to school, right? So it was,
Yeah.
so no big deal there. But when you look at the other guys that were guarded by OG and Mikal Bridges, you would be comfortable saying, listen, if OG scored 7 points, but Trey Murphy and DeJounte Murray shot 8 of 31 combined from the floor, you would take that. Fritz, would you not take that?
Oh, I'd take it.
Yeah, that's legit. That's 27% shooting from the floor from two basically kind of all-star potential level players. Keyshawn is in the building. Salute. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So basically what I'm saying is on a night where the defense looked fantastic in terms of, I don't care about the points that the other team scored, right? All I care about is I saw the rotations, I saw them communicating, I saw them
The
switching on
execution.
switch. Yep, the execution of the defense got the result, not just one player, right? And I think
And I
for
peeped that. I was watching that hard. And mind you, Freezy, I watched up to the third quarter because the show came on.
what show?
You know what I'm saying? I'm watching the rewind. But go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
What you talking about?
I was watching the rewind of the game. Like I didn't watch it. Like I didn't know the score. I didn't know nothing until I pulled up to my crib. And then when I pulled up to my crib,
Oh,
when
okay,
I was
okay,
watching the game.
okay.
All right, you get it.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you. The Fritz, the way that they went about the defense tonight was, to me, it was fantastic, except for that one or two times where Josh Hart had those meltdown moments. Ed Walker's in the building. Nick Yak, salute. Coach B is in the building. Andios is in the building. Salute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought the defense was a step up. I think the Knicks the Knicks were like more in the passing lane, and they were actually like making their presence felt a little bit more. Because usually, what's really been frustrating is they basically just been backpedaling, giving guys whatever they want.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if it's because they're just calling the games tight, but
Stop tiptoeing the lack of physicality.
yeah, they haven't been physical. Like um you, uh, the last game, not this game, the game before. Knicks played so bad
Utah.
that yeah. So Tibbs must have said something at halftime, and the first couple minutes of the third quarter, the Knicks physically were like bothering the other team, like hands on chest, you know, like physically getting on, and then a couple minutes later, they were right back. They were right back to just backpedaling, not stopping it. Nobody's changing directions. If they go into the hoop, they go into the hoop.
Right.
Hope they miss.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, one of the things I still think we have to take into account, man. I think y'all sleep on the point a little bit, and I ain't trying to throw nobody under the bus, Fritz or Corey Lee. I ain't trying to throw
Hmm.
y'all under the bus, but I'm just letting y'all know a bus coming, and don't stand by the curb. Is what I'm saying. Because one of the things that I think we have to take into account is that the Knicks have a ton of players out. Right? The Knicks have a bunch of dudes out. And if you go out there and play that style and get hurt, right? You go out there, you do that and you get hurt. Fans, like the same fans, will be like, yo, I don't know why he dove for that loose ball anyway. He know everybody hurt. The same dudes will be like, I don't know why he going to the rim so reckless. Why he tried to jump over that man to block that shot and then he fell on his shoulder. Same fans will be like, the fans will be like, yo, the ones that say like, yo, they not out here being physical are gonna be the same ones that's out here like, yo, why did that man do that when he know Precious is out for another week and Mitch is out until the King holiday?
Mhm.
What I would say to that, and no disrespect, right? I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. All I'm saying is I think we have to kind of keep the total situation in our mind, right? Like why would Cat sprint across the lane and sacrifice his body to block a shot that somebody might miss anyway, and then he's out, and then now your starter is Jericho Sims at center.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying, Lee. I ain't tripping. Like I ain't trying to be disrespectful with anybody's point, right? What I'm saying is what if Jalen Brunson dive over the thing for a thing, or Jalen Brunson does step in front of a freight train to take a charge, and now Jalen Brunson's out 3 weeks, and then we'll be like, yo, I don't know why they got Deuce starting over Cameron Payne. Our
Mhm.
season over. That's all
Mm.
I'm saying.
No, actually, for me, it isn't like the blocks per se, but it's more like fighting over the screen, like not fighting over the screen like hard enough, and just letting the guy just turn the corner. And when you like, you know what I mean? You don't got a guy back there who's gonna swat it. You have like a special center or something. Like you can let that happen, but like Knicks, they just don't look like they look like they're just kind of coasting on defense sometimes.
Yeah, yeah, and they
Like
are.
they look like they're up 30.
Yeah, they are.
Like
This,
they start the game looking like they're up 30.
yeah, in this game right here, they were definitely coasting. This team, the Pelicans probably shouldn't have scored 70 points against us, right? They had 28 points at halftime, right?
Mhm.
That means they scored 57 points in the second. Was it 57? That means they
Mhm.
scored 57 points in the second half with
Mm.
mostly bench players. So was that?
Yeah.
So was that tell us they were
Oh
coasting?
no.
That
Yeah,
means
they were coasting.
we
And
took our foot off, we took the foot off the gas. That's,
Right,
you know what I'm saying? And it was just like, I'm gonna coach this all the way out because we already know they broke up like that.
right,
yeah.
right.
If
That
Matt Ryan never came in the game, the score would have been a lot worse. Matt Ryan got up under the last 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like because I hear a lot of that in Nick's universe. I hear a lot of in Nick's universe, people are saying, yo, the defense, man, they not out here playing hard, man. They not doing, and I'm like, bro, yeah, this can't be real life right now. How are we saying that these guys aren't playing hard, right? When you already know that OG, come on, bro. OG and Anobi and Cat, that's who y'all want to play harder. Yeah, I
No,
want OG and Anobi and Cat to play harder.
no. Me is more like,
No, I'm talking about in general. I'm just talking about in general, not
oh
you.
no, not in general. It's just like okay, just certain aspects. Like okay, make your guy change directions, something. But if your man just turned the corner and he goes straight to the hoop,
Right.
he just blew past you. Like you just maybe the next play. I'm gonna be a little wary on that. I ain't gonna let that happen the next time.
Right.
It's just you know what I mean. It's that pride part. Like okay, you just got beat.
You're talking
I
about the
would think
Jalen. You talking about
you gotta step that up.
The Jalen Brunson play where CJ McCollum ran the same play 3 straight times and got 3 straight buckets.
Uh, things like that. Yeah, things like that, and be like, okay, yeah, y'all need to tighten up. Like I'm not sure what's happening, but y'all need to tighten up. I don't know who messed up the play, but y'all need to tighten up.
Right. Right. Bro, one of the things that I think we have to do though, one of the things I think we have to consider is Jalen Brunson is not a good point of attack defender. He's just not. And he played the point of attack some tonight, and he got beat several times.
Mhm.
Right. So it's one of those things. What do you do? Right. What do you do? I mean, do you? I mean, what do you do? Do you hide Brunson on the baseline and have him be the tag man / corner guy, right? And then have him taking charges at the rim all night, putting his body on the line? Or do you move him out of that spot where he's not getting trucked by power forwards and put him on the ball some so he can navigate through screens?
I see what you mean.
You see, with me, it's you know, I think Tibbs is doing a fine job. Let me just put it that way.
Mhm.
I'll just put it that way, right? Because I don't want my all-star point guard in harm's way looking to take charges all game for dudes that outweigh him by 50 pounds, and they're jumping and running, and they have a running start, and he's trying to beat them to a spot. Yeah, I don't want to see Jalen Brunson doing that a lot during the game.
Mhm.
You know, so if he gets beat off the dribble and he has to recover around screens and contest a shot, knowing that he's listed at 6'2", guarding dudes that are legit 6'5". I mean, which one do you want? Like, do you want him fighting around the screen, guarding an athletic DeJounte Murray, or do you want him taking those charges, getting freight trained in the paint?
Mhm.
It's just, just food for thought.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, if you take Josh Hart and have him switch onto that, then now Jalen Brunson is the sole guy responsible for weak side rim protection.
Mhm.
It's something that we're gonna have to live with, bro. It's just, and no disrespect, because again, while I say that about Jalen Brunson, I'm not saying that Jalen Brunson's a bad player. Jalen Brunson is a superb player. Jalen Brunson is a superb offensive player and a very savvy defensive player at times. But I don't want Jalen Brunson getting freight trained with dudes with momentum, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then the other thing too, Fritz, is the other team knows that Jalen Brunson is the weak side rim protector. You don't think they're gonna try to work the ball over there to take advantage of Jalen Brunson at the rim? I think so.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when Mitch comes back, you know,
Right.
that wouldn't be like an easy score, or it'll force a player to pull up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Uh, yeah. I would say I would say the easy answer to hiding Brunson is mixing in some zone defense.
Mhm.
Would Tom Thibodeau do that? No. Tibbs ain't doing that. I don't think Tibbs even considers running zone defense to um, save the legs of the rotation players, because I think you can play them 38 minutes if you mix in 2 minutes of zone every half, right? 2 minutes of zone will probably save about 45 seconds on their legs each half, right? Because you still have to be active in the zone. It's not like you're gonna stand there and not do nothing, right? But a zone defense will take away some of those charges that Brunson gets, and you can
Mhm.
hide him in a zone.
Mhm. So yeah, so today was game 20,
Yep.
and we know Tibbs usually makes changes around game 20. Do you think any changes are coming?
No.
No lineup changes?
Nope. No rotation changes either.
just Precious in when he gets healthy enough and
Yeah,
probably slims down.
I think when that happens, when Precious comes back and he sees what Precious can give, then the adjustments will be made.
Okay. So
And
give
that's
Precious a
what I'm
few.
thinking.
Mhm.
Because think about it, if Tibbs just makes a flat out adjustment what he's seen through the first 20 games, knowing Precious is out, knowing Precious is a key cog, then what are you going to do when Precious get back? Wait for
Mhm.
another 20 games? I'm just asking, Fritz, not to be funny. I'm just asking in general.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not. I'm not sure what he's gonna do. Um.
I think the 20 point the 20 game thing is a um social media talking point at this point for those that may not have anything else. Like there is no deep analysis. Like people are saying, yo, wait to the 20-minute mark, 20 game mark, and then watch Tibbs adjustments. But first of all, Tibbs has never had this much turnover on a roster and with these injuries, right?
Mhm.
So what he traditionally does and what he should do in this instance, if you're asking my opinion, is wait until Precious gets back, see what Precious can give you with these guys that he hasn't played with before in the regular season, right? See what lineups look like with Precious and Sims and Cat, right? See if you can fix that weak side rim protection issue, right? And then if Precious, just by being Precious, just by walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time makes it easy, you make the adjustment right then, right? But what if Precious brings something that he's been working on now that is available for him to use now that Cat is here? For instance, what if Precious can shoot the three at about 35%? Well, that changes everything, right? So,
Yeah.
so, so if Precious goes from being a 27, 28, 29, 30% three-point shooter from the corners to a 35% three-point shooter from the corner because now he has space and time to get his shot off, that changes everything, bro. Right? That takes that right there. If Precious can knock down the three at an average power forward rate, not league average, but I'm
Mhm.
talking about average for a big man. If Precious can shoot the three at like 33, 34, 35%, now Precious may be a starter, right? And you could bring Josh off the bench, and Josh can be the second unit four, right? There are a lot of things to consider, right? Because think about it. What if Precious can knock down the corner three at 35%? Now when Mitch comes back, now all those fancy lineups that people are talking about, like, oh man, Cat at the four, man, Mitch at the five, man, blah blah blah, all those different things. You can try those different things because now you know what having a the Call Anthony Towns, OG Ananobi, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson effect is on Precious Achua, right? And if he can knock down the corner three or the straight on three at an average power forward rate, now for the dudes that do the calculated gymnastics, they have to take Precious Achua off their mental trade market, right? Because the conversation is now more about what's on the floor and what's being produced on the floor, as opposed to our imaginations running wild with who we can get with Precious Achua.
Mhm.
If that make any sense, Lee, you see what I'm saying? I guess Lee don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how he because he played well last year.
Yeah,
If he can, and that's like his really his first real look in a while.
Precious.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, yeah,
So if
I
he
agree.
take a step up even from last year,
Right.
Yeah, I'd be interested.
To me, and just answering the question, just based off of what you told me, that is my thought on it. Right. My
Hmm.
thought on it is if Precious comes back with something new, right? Because Precious for his career is a 30% 3-point shooter for his career, right?
Hmm.
And the past 3 years, he's been about 27%. So if Precious can come back and is at 33%, and I feel what Nick Yak is saying about we need Precious inside. And I'm not saying, but Nick Yak, I'm not saying that he's looking for threes, right? I'm not saying run double pin downs, double pin downs on an out of bounds play so that Precious can get a three. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
When he's
saying is
open. When he's
is when
open.
that ball rotates around the floor, right? All five defenders have to be aware of where all five offensive players are, right? And so if that's the case, then if Precious can be that, if Precious can be that guy where if he's wide open, knock down a three or be a threat from there, then all of a sudden, all the other exotic lineups that y'all are talking about, those may come into play, right? Like the Cat at the 4 thing, the Mitch at the 5 thing, the Precious and Mitch together thing, all the other lineups. And the reason why I say those come into play is not because those weren't great ideas, right? But you can get exotic if you want to, because now you're saving minutes you're saving crucial minutes. Like you don't have to run, like say for instance, the way Tibbs coaches a game down by 4 for the entire game is different than he would coach it up by 4 in a game, right? And if when Precious comes back and he gives you a net positive impact, then you can try certain things. You can buy certain minutes with certain lineups. And the example I'll give is tonight the Knicks were up by 40. The Knicks were up by 40 tonight, right? And so what that bought Tom Thibodeau was time to see Jericho Sims and Ariel Hukporty in a lineup together, right? But how many times in a season are you going to be up by 30 or 40 where you can experiment? Not many, right? Not many. Not 30, not up by 30 or 40 late in the game where basically the game is in hand, basically. You see where I'm going with it, Fritz? Like I'm not saying that what everybody else is not making sense. I'm saying that all those moments that we mentioned like that are situational moments. And
Hmm.
in those situational moments, you can try certain things. You can try Mitch and Cat together, right? Like one dude's the center on offense, the other dude's the center on defense. You can try that, right?
Hmm.
You can try those things. Like, what if Mitchell Robinson comes back and he's a svelte 240 pounds like he was when he was younger? Then now you might be able to run Mitch in certain actions offensively. Now you know he's not going to dribble, pass, or shoot, right? But you don't want him to be that. You want him to be a pogo stick.
Hmm.
Those are type. Yo, Big Nick Energy is in the building. Salute. Salute. Do what Andio says. Andio says, hit that like, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the show. So Fritz, do you have an idea of what you think Tom Thibodeau will do after 20 games? I think you do, bro.
Um,
That's why you asked me the question, because I think you do.
no, because like I've been hearing like silly stuff, like oh, sending McCall to the bench, like that's silly stuff. Um, I think probably the only person who's in maybe in danger of going to the bench is probably Josh.
Right. Right. Are you meaning to the bench as a punishment, or
As a punishment, but for some people, yeah, looked at it more like a he's not gonna like you're gonna kill his confidence. Like you're gonna send him to the bench, he ain't gonna play the same.
Mm.
and but he's been hitting. I mean, he's been hitting his twos. So you just, I don't know. I think they just try to get him going offensively. You can see they're running plays for him early, try to like build his confidence up. But yeah, I don't think he's in danger of going to the bench. I think Josh, and it's not as a punishment. It's just
You
perhaps you
mean
can get more size with Precious.
extending the rotation is what you mean.
Yeah,
Like one guy comes back, you don't know if he's a starter or a bench. I think when he comes back, Tibbs is not going to put him in the starting lineup, right? Because if you saw it in the
not
preseason,
right away. Yeah, not right.
in the preseason, Precious was still coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Even when Precious was healthy, he was coming off the bench anyway, right?
Hmm.
I think Nick Yak says, when do we ever see all five players outside 3 point line? Is that what you meant? No, no. That's not what I meant. That when we mentioned 5 out offense, 5 out means all five players can dribble, pass, and shoot. That's what 5 out means. It doesn't mean 5 players outside of the 3 point line. And I think what happens is when people hear the term 5 out offense, they assume that it's just 5 guys outside of the 3 point line. And that's not what it means. We've been NBA teams and players and basketball players in general. I ran a 5 out offense in high school, and this was before the 3 point line. Right? All 5 out means is that you have 5 skilled players on the floor, all that can handle the ball with court vision, that can dribble, pass, and shoot. Because you can have guys that can dribble, like Jericho Sims, for his position, can dribble a little bit, right? But he's not a playmaker, and he doesn't have court vision, right? If you see Jericho Sims, every now and then you'll see Jericho Sims go do a squat dribble between his legs, something like that, little flick with one hand. But he's not dribble drive penetration into the paint, no looking bounce pass down to somebody cutting from a 45 on a 45 cut. He's not doing that. And that's the same thing with Precious. We're not asking when I mention Precious and like in a 5 out offense, I'm not saying that Precious is a playmaker all of a sudden. What I'm saying is when the easy plays are there for him to make, he can make them. Whether it's think about Fritz, think about this. When Precious Achua enters the game, say he enters for Josh Hart. You know what Precious gives us that Josh Hart doesn't?
Just size, size. Because Josh could be playing out of position. So
Well,
yeah.
one thing that Precious gives us that Josh Hart doesn't give us is the ability to cut to the rim and finish, like OG does.
Hmm.
Right? We hadn't seen it because of course he's been hurt for 20 games, and so
Hmm.
we hadn't seen him in a regular season do it. But Precious is a big, strong, physical, quick, athletic cutter, right?
Hmm.
That can get those done. You remember how we used to call a few weeks ago, we was talking about OG Ananobi being Duncanstein?
Yep.
Like with OG, it seemed like OG was dunking about 6 times a game.
Yep.
When you put Precious and OG on the floor together, now you get OG being able to cut to the rim. Now with Precious on the floor, you'll have to depend more on Mikal Bridges to knock down 3 pointers in order to keep the floor spaced, right? But I think we can live with that. Right? I mean, Lee, who would you rather have taking threes, Precious or Mikal Bridges? Lee ain't participating, man, because his Giants suck. I'm gonna hit Lee up later. Hello.
You may have to put your mic, restart your mic because I see how he unmuted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still trust Mikal Bridges.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
it's a big difference between shooting up, and shooting down. And the Knicks been starting the game down. There's a lot more pressure shooting from behind than shooting when you're ahead.
right, right, right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, because there got to be a lot of pressure because Mikal takes some difficult shots. He don't he takes that fall away while he's drifting. You know, that's like typically not seen as a good shot. So it got to be a lot more pressure when
right.
you're behind the
The
game.
analytics
Yeah.
guys say that's not a good shot.
No, I mean for
It's-
typically, I
Yeah,
know from me
the
playing
calculated guys that
basketball,
say that.
I can hit some shots that most people can't hit, and they
Right,
be like, "Oh, that's a bad shot." Nah, for me, it's not.
right.
So
Yeah,
I think he's comfortable with that.
yeah. That's what I
So,
was gonna say. If he practices that shot and he feels comfortable with it, then it's a good shot
hmm
for him. Like every
yeah,
shot you see on a shot chart is not going to be. It's not all shots for everybody. Like
hmm
if Cat was taking that fadeaway shot from 12 feet, I'd be like, "Shot Cat, Cat, that's a terrible shot." But if I see Jalen Brunson take that shot, I'd be like, "Hey, that's a great shot." Right?
hmm
That's just that's my thoughts on it. Yo, Allah Wise is in the building. Salute. Yeah, man. That's so that if but when I see Mikal Bridges take those shots, because it's like, do I do how comfortable do I feel watching OG Anunoby taking contested threes from the corner? I feel very comfortable with it
hmm
because I've seen stretches where OG was damn near smothered, like he had a sweater on, still knocking down those shots.
yeah, because he practiced.
'Cause yeah,
He literally he literally, and it's the same shot.
right,
Like the thing with OG, like it looks difficult, but he's literally taking the same shot over and over again.
right, right, right. So yeah, so when
It's
I
like
see Mikal
textbook.
Bridges take that
Yeah.
shot in the mid range, I'm not bothered by it. Man, DeMar
Yeah.
DeRozan made a Hall of Fame career out by taking that shot.
hmm hmm
Yeah. So real quick, man, I bought Blonde the other day, yesterday.
Oh,
Yep. I'm gonna listen
are
to
you,
it tonight.
have you ever heard of it? Heard any of his albums, or is this your first
No,
album?
this is the first one. I heard Nikes thus far.
Oh no, you didn't go Channel Orange first?
No, I ain't go telling Orange first. No.
Oh, okay.
I'll probably buy Channel Orange after I listen to this one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, Fritz, your Jets are trash, bro.
See, I don't see. I really don't watch football. Only I try to be
Jets fans don't either.
yeah. I used to watch like the Colts all the time. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to be a Texan fan, but um, I don't know.
Whew.
Nah, it's just yeah. My little cousin's best friend is on the Texans, so
Oh.
so I was like,
Oh.
okay. So I try to follow him a little bit.
Oh. Yo.
What's good, fellas?
Dre
Hey, what's
probably
up, Dre?
he probably playing Call of Duty. Right. Dre, can
Nah,
you hear
man.
us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you was playing Call of Duty or something.
Nah, I'm chilling.
Okay, I was gonna say because I know you not watching Jets football. I know that.
Oh, you talking about? I don't know what the hell that is, man. I'm here for the draft pick, man. I'm here for the
Yeah,
draft pick getting better.
they
That's
talking
that's
about
that's
bench
about it.
Aaron Rodgers, bro.
Hey, hey, Freezy, we gonna have a better draft pick than you this year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Oh, our draft pick is gonna be nice.
It ain't gonna be Giants nice.
No, it ain't gonna be the. Oh, the Giants are good and terrible, bro.
I knew that was gonna get Corey back.
Yeah, the Giants. But the Jets and the Bears, we were just wrong, right? Like the Jet legit. The
We
Jets
may
saw the
Freezy, we may have been right, and then that Achilles popped, and then that was it. That was it.
that
After
makes you
that,
wrong,
that makes you wrong. After
right?
everything after that makes you wrong.
Yep,
Relying on a 40-year-old quarterback on an Achilles,
yep,
nah, then you're wrong.
yep.
The idea was right, but in practice, when the Achilles pop, that then it's over with after that. Everything after that doesn't matter.
And no, that's the fly in the ointment, bro. You can't even use that ointment no more. You gotta
We
throw the ointment
we
away.
we just flown until we landed to the ocean.
Going
We
off
just
Captain
coasted.
America. Fritz, hey Fritz, do you watch Marvel MCU?
Yeah, I watch Marvel.
Okay, okay, yeah,
I watch pretty much all the movies. I've been
oh,
skipping some of the shows though.
yeah, yeah.
Some of the shows I've been skipping.
I have a question for you, right? And this is for the
Hmm.
calculator guys. So chat, if you're just a on the court guy, this part may not be for you. This is like the calculator gymnastics part. So, Fritz, if Tibbs does make an adjustment right now at game 20, what does that mean for the trade deadline?
Um, Not much. I think there's some players that they want to keep their values up. I think there's some players um are going to get playing time regardless because we don't have a lot of assets. It isn't like we're not at the point where we could just throw picks at a trade. So the players that we do have to put in a trade have to be worth something. You
Okay.
can't be throwing negative assets. You can't throw a player in for 2 million and that player is a zero,
Okay.
and then expect to get something on the other end.
Can I make you laugh with something? I
Hmm.
promise you. I promise you. It may be funny, it may not be, but I just have to say this.
Hmm.
I think the missing piece for the Knicks right now, and I'm laughing just thinking about it. I think the missing piece right now is Obi Toppin. I legit think if the Knicks had Obi Toppin right now, we would be worry free about we wouldn't need anything else.
Our offense would be supercharged. Our offense would be supercharged if it was because he's so aggressive. He's so aggressive
Right.
offensively
Right.
that you have to account for him. No, it doesn't matter about skill or not, but you just have to account for him just because he's so aggressive.
Right. I think the combination of
Hmm.
Cat, Precious, Mitch, and Obi would be like um the dynamic thing that we need. I think when you put Mitch on the floor, you have to have a dynamic four on the floor, a offensive dynamic four on the floor,
Hmm.
right? What that means though is Josh Hart is no longer a big man.
Yeah,
Can you see that? Can you see that happening with the money work?
with Mitch still being on the team.
Yes.
No.
Oh, I don't. I'm asking the calculator guys. I don't care how we get Obi. I don't care who you send.
Um, yeah, you would have to be tough. I Realistically, Mitch is the one that goes out the door.
I don't know why y'all always be trying to trade Mitch, bro.
No, I'm just saying realistically, like Mitch would have to leave. No, just for the money, because we don't have a lot of diverse, large salaries. 'Cause Obi Toppin now makes what 13 million.
Hmm.
So and then we have to have more money going out. And
My
this
bad,
time of
Freezy.
year,
Oh, my bad, Fritz. What was the question,
uh,
Freezy? I had stepped away for a moment. My bad. You said the calculator. I heard you say the calculator guys, and then I,
Oh,
I missed all the
you
points.
went to go search for some calculator guys?
No. Nah, I
he had to
wanted to
get
know what was your question because I see Fritz is answering, but I didn't know what he was answering
Yo,
about
Fritz is like trying
exactly.
to dodge it. It don't matter. Fritz is dodging it, bro. Fritz is
nah. He was talking about Obi Toppin. What would it take to get him back?
Obadiah?
Eh,
Obadiah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because he's not on that rookie salary anymore. So
No.
basically, you're almost for me the only pretty much the only realistic way is to get Mitch. You would have to send Mitch out. All the other ways you're sending like three, 4-for-1 players, which ain't happened this time of year.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I think Obi is a would be a great fit for us.
Let's to circle back. What was the initial question, Freezy? Because I missed. I heard you say calculator, and then I missed the whole everything after that. What was the initial question?
Wait a minute, did you run to go get your calculator? I thought you was an on the court guy.
No,
I
I
thought you
actually
were
had
on
a phone
an on the
call.
court guy.
I had a phone call, Freezy.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Was it Obi?
It was a phone call about math.
Oh, okay, my
Yeah.
bad, my bad. Right. So, but no, I was saying, ironically, I think the second unit probably needs a guy like Obi, right? Like a guy with some size that won't disrupt an offense that can play within the flow of an offense, right? Keeping in mind that our defense is not historically great anyway.
It's not optimal right now.
Right, right.
I I'd err against like an Obi type player personally because you can fill in the gaps in our rotation, especially our starting lineups by staggering because they present skill set of scoring. But to patch in like things that we actually need defensively, I'd rather go that route.
But
Not
like,
it doesn't necessarily have to be a center or anything like that.
what
Like
do,
I
what do, what do we need defensively though?
a versatile wing, like another one off the bench. I'm
Okay.
not necessarily hung up on bigs because we're gonna get two bigs back. Kind of need a wing that can guard anywhere between
Two,
one
two,
between
threes, and
twos,
four.
threes, and fours. Yeah,
Right, right. Okay.
You know what? Yeah, we talked the other night. The name I came up with, but it would be very tough to get that name.
Dante DiVincenzo.
Mm-mm.
what's the name?
Keegan Murray. I think Keegan Murray would
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
very, very tough. Very, very
he's
tough.
like the only thing that the Kings have to look forward to
Yeah.
beyond this year because their team is pretty much set and they stink. So
yeah.
like, they tried to build a team that's all mid range and undersized, and
Mm,
turns out that doesn't win a lot of basketball games
Right.
right now.
yeah.
And
Well,
the frustrating thing about watching them is they don't even Keegan Murray doesn't even get three opportunities like he should. Like he's their best shooter, right? He's
Yeah,
their best shooter and their best wing defender, right?
hmm
And
they just leave him out there to die all
right,
game, asking
right,
him for the toughest assignment. Then they
right.
turn around and just let him starve on offense,
And let him starve on offense.
while DeRozan gets to take 17 shots a game.
Right. From
For
12
what
feet.
reason?
Yep.
Like,
And won't rebound.
you have to make so many compromises to have DeRozan on your team,
Yeah.
and it's just not worth it. It's legitimately just not worth it.
Yeah. So I have the answer for that Fritz, for that guy that Dre said.
hmm
The answer is Wait till Kevin McCullough gets healthy,
Hmm.
right? Those two dudes, in my view, those two dudes are going to be playing consistent minutes in March. The only thing though is it's December 1st or December 2nd now, but you know what I mean. Like what do you do until you get to that point where Kev McCullough is completely healthy and Pacom Dadier has adjusted to the NBA?
Yeah.
That's my thing to it. I honestly think Kev McCullough can do those things. Now, will Tibbs play him? Probably not, because he probably won't be back until in earnest. He won't be back until about the King holiday. I know the Knicks are saying he's day to day. I get that. Right. I get they're saying he's day to day. But every day they say tomorrow.
Hmm.
Right. And if you're a Knicks fan, you've been down that road before, right? Every day the Knicks say tomorrow. Every day. So tomorrow comes and they'll say tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, they say tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, they say tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, they say tomorrow. And then you hear, oh, Derrick Rose had a ankle injury last Thursday, and he's out until Valentine's Day. And then Valentine's Day come and you find out he's out for the season. Yeah, remember that?
Hmm.
Yeah, I remember OG and Anobi. OG and Anobi is day to day. He'll be back,
Yeah.
such and such. And then the trade deadline comes and you find out OG and Anobi had surgery the same day as the trade deadline, conveniently.
Hmm.
And so I'm not saying that I don't trust the Knicks. I'm saying you are what your resume says you are, basically. That's how they operate, deal with it, is basically what I'm saying. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. What I mean is those are their true colors, man. You have to judge them on their true colors. It's like Uncle Freezy wearing hats during the podcast. I'm gonna wear a hat. You know what I'm saying? You see me without a hat, you're like, oh, he ain't. It's what it is. It's like Fritz and his calculator. You know what I'm saying? Fritz gonna show up with the calculator. It's just what it is.
Hmm. Pocket protector, everything.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean that's my thing on it, Fritz. Man, the dude
You
in my
said
mind,
wait. You said wait on Kevin McCullough. Wait, you told me Knicks fans shouldn't wait on anything.
yeah, yeah. But here's the thing. What are your other options?
Trading.
Trading. I think there's some. I think they're definitely gonna make a trade.
But here's the thing. You have to wait on a trade, right?
Yeah, you have to wait on it.
Right. And Dre said, I said that the Knicks fans shouldn't wait on anything.
Hmm.
So if I'm wrong with that approach, like if I'm
We
right in that
we
approach,
closer we closer to the time span where we make trades than whenever Kevin McCullough is going to actually play and get rotational minutes.
right? I think they're probably about the same, probably early January, right? That's what you're mentioning, or that's what you're alluding to.
I'm probably think yeah, probably early January
Yeah,
for a trade.
yeah.
We don't do it right away. We just
You know what I think
yeah.
they're going to do, Fritz? I think the two trades that they're going to do in January are going to be the third team of a three-team trade
Oh
where
yeah.
they accept salary and some draft picks, like a second round pick to take some weird salary, and then they could just cut that player. And and
Hmm.
and I know what people are going to say. The Knicks will never do that, man. They'll never create that money. Yes, they will, because they did it with Solomon Hill, and they also did it with Denzel Valentine. They did it with Vincent Poirier, and they did it with the big man they got for Austin Rivers.
But the reason they did that was to get something on the back end, second round picks or
Right,
cap relief. Usually second round picks though.
right. And I think that's the reason why they'll do it now, though, is to get cap relief, right? To not. I think there's like a is there a fifth apron, Fritz? I think the Knicks are up against the fifth apron. So the Knicks are up against the fifth apron, right? So the Knicks will probably be the third team in a trade in order to get from pressed up against the fifth apron.
Okay. One thing I thought about today is I know Grant Grant Williams is out for the year.
Yep.
Would the Knicks take Grant Williams and wait for him next year?
I don't see them doing that.
And
N-
yeah,
Not
I don't.
not in the middle of a season. They're not gonna.
I mean, but not trade
Look,
like ultra valuable, but like Grant. Look, see if what if you got Grant Williams and Nick Richards in the trade,
I don't see
and
the.
then and you
Nick
paid a
Richards,
lot. You paid, you paid a, you
I
gave
think
them something valuable, but
we're
you
past.
wait
I
on
think
Grant Williams the next year. Hmm.
I understand the concept of it, but I also feel like they wouldn't waste the roster spot. When you're up on the aprons, they're trying to maximize every piece that actually works or is
Yeah,
functional in that moment. Right now, we're not in the days where we could afford to have $30 million in the bench
yeah,
in Evan Fournier and
and your young guys are
yeah,
playing. Yeah,
yeah, like
yeah, we
yeah.
need that. Yeah,
you
But
we not doing that. Well, personally, I don't think we are.
yeah, but
I understand the
I could
concept
I
of buying low and then flipping or maybe having Grant Williams on your roster because when he's healthy, he is of value in that
yeah,
mean of being a wing that can guard multiple positions.
yeah.
yeah.
Three,
But
four.
I could see them getting a negative asset to get an asset they want
But what I'm saying to
without,
you Chris, is,
you know,
I don't think they are for two reasons, right? For two reasons. The reason number one is he just got hurt,
he
so
just hurt yet.
his value in the summertime is not going to be
The same as
ideal,
now.
right?
Yeah,
And then the second part of that is his personality is one where it's not
yeah.
ideal for certain locker rooms, and it's not because he's a bad guy. He's just a instigator. Like he's not
Hmm.
a bad he's not Draymond or nothing. But here's the thing. If you're talking about if in that scenario where you're talking about trading for an injured guy around that salary, I think the Knicks, if they had to do it, they would probably do it for Sadiq Bey.
Yeah,
A Nova
that's another one. That was another name. That
yeah,
yes, Sadiq
about
Bey.
the same size guy can do the same type stuff, but this guy has Nova connections.
And
And
he's multi-year deal.
right, and he got hurt. So he's probably going to be back in about 3 months or 2 months, whereas Grant Williams is basically gone for the season. By the
He's
time,
gone. He's
yeah,
gone until this
yeah,
time next year, probably.
gone. He's like
Yeah,
Wyclef said, bro. He's gone till November, bro.
yeah,
Even though like ACL, like guys with ACLs, he's probably gonna come back at the beginning of next year, but he's not gonna be who like himself until like February or something.
And he's a big guy, and he's a big guy. Little guys on that, you know what I'm saying. You can expect little guys to be, but Grant Williams is a big dude.
yeah,
So
yeah.
so
But yes,
if you're talking in a
Sadiq Bey
perfect
makes
world
a
for the
lot
Knicks,
more sense.
huh?
Um, Especially if they go after Valanciunas, it makes sense trying to get him in that situation.
Why would they get Valanciunas again?
As a big man,
I think they're targeting a particular style of big man that's not the plotting slow big. Well, if I had to guess, analytically, we're we're the Knicks are a heavy analytically inclined team. Them acquiring Jonas Valanciunas wouldn't make sense for how I think they're operating. It could happen, I guess, but I doubt we're gonna fill in that 13 to $15 million roster spot that we would hypothetically trade Mitch into for that type of player.
Man, y'all hate Mitch, bro.
I'm not trading. I don't want to trade Mitch personally.
it's Mitch is just he's just a good asset at the time, and you don't have like other large salaries. That's just you. Mitch is like the only large salaries like movable that's not untouchable. Like outside of Mitch, you're talking like Josh. So yeah, so
Quote
it's
unquote big salaries. Like if we
yeah, there
if
aren't
we were
really
to I'm gonna keep it real with you, Freezy. If we were to make a move for a player that's like a $20 million player, and that
Mitch
player
Robinson.
answers multiple questions for us, they would. I don't think they would be opposed to putting Mitch and Precious together. I don't think it would be a wise decision at this moment. But if an opportunity presented itself, I don't think they would shy away from it. Like this is not going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's never going to happen. But hypothetically speaking, if Draymond was on the open market and he makes $25 million a year, they would try to toss in Mitch, Precious, and Filler to make that money work, to bring in that type of player on the team. I, I don't, because he answers a lot of questions, but is that actually realistic? No.
Yeah.
I just know, I feel like I think the Knicks are put themselves in a position to be opportunistic to see who shakes free, who they can target.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're
The
just gonna.
third wheel, the third wheel on a trade
Yeah,
where
I
you
don't think they're just
try to
gonna.
shake someone out. You see, yeah,
Yeah, I don't
shake
think.
somebody out of a trade. Yeah.
I think they're gonna try to. If they had to like look at the league, they probably look at buy low guys or guys that fit a particular niche or skill set that they can put within the foundation of the team. And I don't think there's anybody that we could be going after that's a starter anyway. I think the starting lineup and like the top 6, 7 guys are kind of set in stone right now. Everything else can be moved around, but we at that point we just talking about bench players.
Yeah.
So what are you willing to give up for a bench player? I don't think the Knicks are gonna toss in a bunch of salary for a bench guy. They
Yeah.
already moved a lot of furniture to
Yeah.
acquire the starting five. I don't think they're gonna move on from that anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would need to get a bench player who you know could start.
Yeah. And
Yeah, but, but
I
they
don't know
but
who
do,
I
don't
don't
they
know who's out there.
don't they already
Kuzma?
have that guy?
Nah.
Don't they already have that guy?
Who's that?
A starter that should be a bench guy that you know can start?
Are you calling Josh Hart that?
Yes.
I don't think that. I think they already made their mind up that Josh Hart is going to be the starter
Right.
going forward and probably throughout the rest of the year, barring injury.
Right. Yep. And for that reason, I think there is no trade out there for the Knicks to pull off.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I,
It's tough.
like.
It's very, very
I
tough.
think me and Fritz is basically saying if there is a trade, it's going to be for a guy that's an 8, 9, 10 rotation type guy, not someone that's going to come in and shake up the hierarchy of the team or the rotation in a crazy way. It'll
I
just be someone that fits that Tibbs feels he can maximize.
I don't know if they would do that either because for some reason Tibbs really likes Jericho Sims. And I think Jericho is that guy that is the first guy outside of the rotation when everybody's healthy. Like when Mitch and Precious come back, Jericho Sims is going to be that
He's
10th or 11th guy.
if bar probably 11th.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you have an 8-man rotation right now, you bring back 2 rotation guys, that's 10. Right? So then
Yep.
you're looking at the 11th guy is Jericho Sims. And anything 12 through 15, you don't really even need to see them. Right? Pankam Dadier, even though I want to see him, this dude's 19. Lil
Jericho Sims,
Freezy is 19 years old, bro.
Jericho Sims is the emergency big. Right now we're in emergency mode.
Right. Yep. Yep.
And
Yeah.
the only way when we talk about these things, if we're making a trade, it would be a consolidation trade. It would be like 2 guys going out for
Two
one.
for one, $2 million players. Yeah.
And the reason why I even said Draymond in that scenario because it would be a 2 for 1 for a versatile type big. Because the only 2 guys we could move that we kind of view as quote unquote expendable is Precious and Mitch, and I don't view them as this is just quote unquote that's just for hypotheticals. Like if we had to make a trade, those are probably the first 2 guys that go off this team. And I don't think they're going to move them. But if you had to, you'd have to move them for someone that plugs in holes and where they would fit. If it was a 2 for 1, you'd have to have it a 2 for 1 for a versatile big slash wing that
Yeah.
can do a bunch for you. Otherwise, it would just make no sense to do it in the first place.
I think that player, ironically, is Jonathan Kaminga.
Are you willing to pay him?
No.
Yeah. It's not
No, I'm
that.
not going to pay him.
I'm the
It was-
everybody knows I'm the biggest Kaminga fan, but that's
oh,
just
you just like
far
he like
fetched.
Nigerians, bro. You tell some Nigerians, bro. Peace to the
I
mother.
I know, but it's like yeah, he's just yeah.
So first, I'm gonna just explain to you why a Jonathan Kaminga move would be perfect for us because
Hmm.
we're getting him with the mindset that he's a rental, right? In a moment where he can prove himself that he's a quality NBA player, right?
Hmm.
And he can do all the stuff that we want Josh Hart to do, except
Fair.
with a younger, bigger, more explosive type player. Now, what does that mean for Josh Hart? Josh Hart just goes to the bench. But what does
Freeze.
that mean? What does that mean for Jonathan Kaminga in the offseason? That
Tom
means
Kaminga, Jonathan Kaminga doesn't even start on his own team.
And,
okay.
but yeah, his
But y'all, let me finish my point though. Let me finish my point.
yeah.
Go ahead.
The point that
Yeah,
I'm
my
getting at
fault.
real quick. The reason why you would consider doing Jonathan Kaminga is that during the offseason, you know you're not going to sign him. So the money that you put into the trade, the dollar for dollar thing, is going to come off the books because ideally, what we would trust our front office to do is see if a restricted free agent or he's an unrestricted free agent, right?
Um,
He's
no, I think
unrestricted. He's restricted.
No, he's restricted because
He's
no
you talking about
restricted.
Kaminga? Yeah, he
yeah,
got drafted. Every rookie's restricted.
Yeah, he's restricted.
yeah. Okay, so perfect. So what we would look to do is see if we can work out some type of sign and trade type thing where he can go where he wants and we can get assets back in return that we couldn't get for Mitchell Robinson or Precious. Right? Some team would be like, we ain't giving y'all nothing, man. Y'all not gonna be able to sign him anyway. We'll give y'all 5 second-round picks. We like, cool. Because we was gonna lose them for nothing anyway. And so you get the energetic, young Swiss Army knife type player that's looking to prove himself here in a championship run. You have insulation against a OG Anunoby injury, right? You add explosiveness to your rotation, right? And then in some bizarro world where if we can find a loophole or something, maybe we can sign him. There is no loophole out there. I know it doesn't exist, right? I'm just saying if we wish upon a star and this loophole presents itself. But if he wants to go to Brooklyn, we can just trade him to Brooklyn. Like, hey man, give us one of those first round picks back, or give us 1,000 second round picks in a pack of Skittles, and we would have got less than that for Mitchell Robinson or whoever we trade for him. That's my thought on it. Now, at the same time, does he come here and start? I don't think he'll start initially. I think the Warriors have a weird combination of Steve Kerr tinkering too much. Like you
And
can't
Steph
play.
Steph Curry said himself, we need to cut this rotation to the media.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
said you
yeah,
do it too much, Steve Curry. We
Yeah,
need
they
to
were
cut this
doing like
rotation
12,
down.
13.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah. It's too
and
much.
the reason why Kaminga doesn't start is because you can't have Kaminga and Draymond Green in the same starting lineup. You just can't.
True.
And their centers don't offer much of anything offensively either. And so you're talking about Kaminga, Draymond Green, and whoever their starter is. I think it's Trace Jackson Davis now, or whoever it is.
Hmm.
I don't know, right? But you can't have that combination. That's not bad. That's 1980s NFL. That's not modern basketball. With us though, in a 5-out system where an explosive cutter athlete can be in a lineup with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges.
Yeah. I understand it completely. The only thing is with Kaminga is going to be in that DeAndre Ayton scenario
Right,
where the Warriors don't want to pay him, but they're going to be forced to pay him upwards to
For a
$30 million
year.
because someone's going to give him the offer sheet, and then they got to match it, and then they got to have him like be a malcontent because they're still not starting him, and then they got to have to trade him
right.
for pennies.
When they should have just let him go in the first place.
Yeah, it's like trying to figure out what the requisite value is, and it's just so weird. I think the thing that you're talking about, we're in this particular window that the 0304 Pistons were in, where they were looking for a guy, They made a consolidation trade, and that guy was for Rasheed Wallace.
Right.
And if we could get a Rasheed Wallace type player, that would be extremely helpful.
Right. And I'm not and I'm not and to just really quick, I don't want to trade Mitch, right? But man,
Me either. I don't
bruh,
want to just move him to move him. Like, eh,
yeah,
I would only consider it if it gives us a complete upgrade
No
immediately.
crazy.
right.
And it's going to be hard to do that trying to scour the league for guys that are 6, 7, 8 guys and type guys in rotations.
Right.
Because you can't, you could be like, oh, we could trade him for Kuzma. It wouldn't make sense because
Nah, Kuzma.
no, it just wouldn't make sense. Even
Yeah.
though Kuzma
Yeah.
is a starting caliber player, it just wouldn't make sense.
He's not a winning player though. That's the
I mean, you won a championship,
what who was he with though?
LeBron and AD.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep.
Yeah. He's a winning player. It's just a little different.
He won a championship as a bench player.
Yeah.
He was their sixth man, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Key,
I
like
don't
his
know, but I don't know if
elite
he's
defense.
willing to take that role again.
Nah,
Yeah.
because he's too young.
He was on a rookie deal when he did that. He's not doing that now, man. Nah,
Right.
Mm-mm.
he's not
Right.
going for that now.
Yeah, that's why he get. That's why he didn't get traded last year.
No,
They,
and
he
but
said, "I didn't want to go to. I didn't want to go to the Mavericks.
right,
Yeah.
right.
If he would
Yeah,
have went to the Mavericks, they probably don't go to the finals if he's on that team instead of PJ.
right. Yep. Yep.
See how
It's
funny that thing
amazing,
works.
and that's what I was telling Dre this last month. It's amazing your career trajectory, how it changes when you play with a real point guard, bro. When you play with a real point guard, your career arc just you, Dre. You remember the dudes? You remember Richard Jefferson before Jason Kidd?
Yeah,
Me either. Right? You remember Kerry Kittles before Jason Kidd? Me either. Right? You look at Carl Anthony Towns with Jalen Brunson.
man. It's a little different going from
Yeah.
Terrell Brandon to Rajon Rondo.
Right? Yeah, man,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, man.
It's a
Yeah,
little different going from I don't
Jeff
know.
Teague. When you go from Jeff Teague and Derrick Rose, bro, they had a rotation of
Wait,
Jeff
when you
Teague.
going from Rubio to LeBron James?
Oh,
Yeah.
bro.
Or cat. Yeah.
You sound
Because
like
this
French
whole time.
Montana just now. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, French Montana's in the building. Eh? I thought French
Yeah.
Montana was in the building.
Yeah. But yeah, they. But in Minnesota, they were just trying to minimize cat. Like, and I think just the way the Knicks dealt um with cat, like they put the power back in his hands. So
it, it
I don't
it
know. He
was it
look.
was it was it was it was multi pronged the way they wanted to get out of it. Number one, it was cheap ownership
Hmm.
because they wanted to get out the money. And they
Right.
didn't. Number two, they didn't want to get locked up into not having their draft pick being pushed to the
Yeah.
back of the first round. And
Yeah.
then number three, like they could afford to do that. They have a superstar that's like 23.
Yeah. But I think pretty much they had to deal with the Knicks. Like, there's
I don't
very
think
few
nobody
teams
else
who would have
had.
done it. I think if they didn't deal with the Knicks, they would have had to deal with New Jersey, and they would have had to get Ben Simmons. Like, honestly, and I don't think they wanted to go that route.
I, and number one, the Nets literally traded for the draft picks because they wanted to tank, even though their coach is
Yeah.
coaching them to not tank at this moment. But the reason they traded back for their Houston Rockets picks, which allowed us to get McCall, is because they wanted to tank
Yeah.
or they wanted to be back in this lottery, and they would not be interested in Carl Towns. If
Yeah.
anything, Carl Towns would
I,
ruin them with this
okay.
coach that they have now.
Okay. But I think the Knicks trade was pretty. much the only trade that they could have saved face with, because
Yeah,
you're thinking about a new ownership, and the new ownership can't come out saying, "Hey, we're just gonna tank the season."
we're not gonna take a player back that can win some games right
Yeah.
now.
So I
And we
mean,
just
at
have
least it looks good. Like it
yeah.
looks good on paper, and they can look like new ownership is trying to do things. But I think all the other um options, it would have looked bad.
Randall is not going to be back on that team.
No, I think they're gonna hope
He,
he
he might not
declines
even be
or
on the team at the deadline.
oh no, yeah. But you know what? Not only that, it's good for them because they can always trade. Even though Dante is starting off bad, they can always get a pick for Dante, and they could always get a pick for Randall, even though you know. So I think they work out better than the other options out there.
It- they're
I
in a
think I
position.
think they might just flip them, just
I think
flip.
I think the whole cat thing was just a perfect opportunity for the Knicks because I don't think out of any team in the league could they just outright take on Cat's contract and
Mm-mm.
absorb it and be talented at the same time.
Yeah, and with the Knicks they play hardball. They play hardball with us.
They waited it
We,
out. Like we could say they waited it out to keep Dante out of it. Minnesota may have waited it out just to get the bare minimum, and we just didn't want to budge beyond
yep.
Dante
Hmm.
because they probably were asking for Randall, Dante, and like 2 picks or three
Yep.
picks, and we waited till the umpteenth hour when we both were in a position where we didn't want to give up particular things, but it was the necessary evil, and maybe it went to the final hour because they couldn't. They were never going to get. They were never going to recoup adequate value for Carl Towns'
No.
skill set, especially how they use him with another big next to him, where he's not going to get these outrageous numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
And then get two pieces that you can flip later, and you
Yeah,
probably get two more picks. So
and in our position, we sold Dante at his highest cost because he's never going highest value because he's never going to be viewed as this valuable ever again. And because at the time, if you would have asked a lot of Minnesota fans, they were like, "Oh, Dante was the real get out of the deal," and now they turn around and look at the numbers, and it's just like
Yeah.
mhm.
you see what it was. A
Yeah.
lot of a lot of them think we sold them a lemon. I just don't think they knew how to. This is
How
where I
do you?
give this is where I give Tibbs credit. Tibbs eventually, if you have some talent, he will eventually maximize who you are. There are exceptions
Right.
to every rule, but for the most part, he'll maximize everything out of a particular player if he
And
takes a fondness to you.
the funny thing is, as somebody who has watched the Timberwolves play I watched 4 complete games, right, with their annoying announcer staff. I watched 4 games, bro. Julius Randle is not the problem in Minnesota, right? They have playmaking issues. They have severe playmaking issues, and the kid they paid all that money, he is yo,
Jaden McDaniels.
he is as streaky as kid underwear, bro.
I think it's not even just playing. I don't even think it's playing. It's spacing. They just don't have shooters.
Right?
They
They
out
just
there like Anthony Edwards has to take 11, 12 threes because he's like the only guy that's on the team in the starting lineup that's a quote unquote shooter. That's not washed anyway.
right,
Mhm.
Conley's washed.
and then the thing when you watch them play, when Anthony Edwards is the primary facilitator, dudes are they don't know how to play with him.
Mhm.
Right? Dudes don't cut appropriately. They don't cut on time. Right? They don't spot up on time. They don't move as shooters. They don't move on time. It's a lot of stuff that they just don't. I don't know if it's a chemistry thing or if it's a lack of talent thing. But when you look at the way that team is built, the other day, legit, I hit Dre up and told him I saw Julius Randle at the 3. Legit, they had Julius Randle, the backup center, and Rudy Gobert on the floor at the same time.
They were
Mhm.
using they were
With
using Randall and Nas Reed as
yeah,
like jumbo wings.
Yep,
together.
and then they had Dante at the point, and Anthony Edwards as the off guard running traditional off guard sets where the point guard is in a place where he's an outlet to be a playmaker, right? And when I saw that, I was like, okay,
On.
Tibbs knew within like 3 games with Dante, like he can't use him like that
nah,
because
you can't, nah,
Dante is a turnover machine if you give him responsibility in
right,
that way.
right. And
Yeah.
he's temperamental. Like when his shot's not going, you got
You
to get
start
him a
pressing.
yep, you got to get him a binky and a bib, bro. You got to put a barrette in his hair. Right when his shot like, kind of like Josh Hart, like the overly, you know what I'm saying, they get the best out of their talents through heart and emotion and things like that, like kind of like a Draymond. When Draymond game ain't going, bro, you know he gonna get kicked out the game. Like there was a stat where I think Draymond Green has been ejected from like 88% of the games that Steph Curry doesn't play, or some weird shit like that. Like when Steph ain't there, he like, man, I don't feel like being here. I'm gonna just foul somebody hard and get kicked out. It's crazy. I think, but the thing is with us though. Oh, just real quick for Randall. Randall is shooting 50% from the floor, 34% from three, and above 80% from the free throw line, and he's doing that on 14 shots per game. So it's not a Randall thing. It's a
It's just ill-fitting pieces.
yeah,
Yeah.
They're
yeah,
like
But
they're talented individually, but in a vacuum, if you were to put them together, it just doesn't make basketball sense.
yeah.
Like
Yeah,
if you
they
look
had
at
pieces to
if you
make.
look at the starting lineup we have, it makes basketball sense.
right,
Mhm.
Theirs doesn't, and the reason why it doesn't is because they decided to punt on Cat to
right,
get
Yeah.
NBA talent, but NBA talent in this particular era, talent does matter in this particular era, but chemistry matters even more
So how
than
soon
any
is
other
it
point.
before how soon is it before Randall's traded?
A month or
Man,
two.
yeah, Fritz says he's going at that deadline.
I think he's
Yeah.
going in. I think they're going to trade Randall before. I think they're going to trade Randall in January. The thing is, they have to. I wouldn't be surprised to see Julius Randle in Portland for Anthony Simons. To see Anthony Simons and Cat in the backcourt together, where you have another dynamic scorer that's also a ball handler. I wouldn't surprise. I would.
Simon, I would
I,
love Simon in New York, but Simon's having an off year actually.
yeah, that team
Yeah,
is
He's
he had
shooting
a
like
hell of a
39,
he had a
shooting
hell
like
of a night
39%
tonight.
from the field, something.
huh?
Yeah. He's shooting
He's
like
shooting like
39, but he's like
39%.
in and out of the lineup with injuries, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Traditionally, he's a good player, though.
Oh yeah, awesome player.
Yeah, yeah,
But I think the like I was telling Dre, I think the idea was always this that team needed work. That team needed work, and I think the Knicks the Knicks was a team that they can get two pieces for one that they could flip later while they figure out what they need to do this team because it was more than Cat that needed work. Their
right.
long term point guard future needs to be changed.
They drafted
I
that
think
kid. They drafted that Kentucky kid,
Yeah,
Dillingham,
yeah
with the idea of doing that because the way their cap situation was set up, he was the only way they could acquire like talent at that point
yeah
because they couldn't. They were hemmed up with the contracts,
yeah
and drafting a guy is the only way they could literally just get a guy that has talent on that team.
yeah. And I don't think Minnesota wants. I don't think they want Randall to opt in. If he
They
opts
definitely
in
don't.
next year, I don't think they want that to happen.
They might trade Randall just to avoid Randall like getting an injury or
that
something.
that's what I'm right. That was the thing I was going to mention. They're not going
Yeah,
to take that chance, bro. They ain't
I
gonna take that chance.
Because if
I don't
Randall,
know.
like for instance, if Randall, God forbid, Randall pops an Achilles, he's opting in,
Yep, yep.
and there ain't nothing they gonna do about it.
And he'll be a diminished asset as a 30-year-old power forward on a bad Achilles.
Hmm.
That's about 260 in the Heat.
Yeah, so you
And
know it's
and
over.
and if Randall's mindset ain't in it, that 260 might balloon to 280 real
Yeah,
quick.
Yeah.
yeah.
But the one negative thing about Minnesota in the situation they're in, they're at the second apron, so they can't, they
They
can't,
can't take money back. They
they
literally.
can't take money back, and they can't put two salaries together.
So it's almost like they're better off hoping Randall has a good year and he just opts out and leaves.
Yeah,
That's the thought. That's the thought. Probably.
Because
yeah,
if they were to do a trade, they can't take back another sal. They can only take back someone that makes exactly what Randall makes,
Right.
or less. Yeah,
and
Right.
usually those guys are on multi-year deals, so you're not even gonna have it be like an expiring at that point.
Right. And so
yeah.
you know they're not trading Rudy Gobert because the dude that has the front office, he drafted Gobert. And that dude loves Rudy Gobert. Bro, if you remember, they traded Donovan Mitchell before they traded Rudy Gobert, bro.
They extended that man Rudy Gobert.
Yep.
He
Yep.
extended him. What's his name? Connolly, I believe his
Yep.
name.
He loves Rudy Gobert, bro. So
Then
it's not even a question. Do you keep Randall and trade Gobert? Nah, it ain't even a question. Especially with the reemergence, and especially with the very subtle reemergence of the center position. Right. And I know what the calculated guys are gonna tell me. No, man, there's no reemergence of the center position, man. It's just not, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro. Not y'all two. I'm just saying in general that the center position is slowly starting to reemerge, and you have to get a modern center now in order to be in that arms race in 2 or 3 years, right? Because when Alex Sarr get his legs under him, Wemby gets his legs under him, um, the Portland kid, the Memphis kid, the Pelicans kid, the Heat kid, the Dallas kid. Once these guys get that grown man strength on them, bro, these dudes are gonna be problems, bro.
the only thing I push back with Alex Sarfreezy, I think he's starting at the center right now. But if he ever turns into what he could possibly be, they're gonna move him from that position so he doesn't
Yeah,
get the bumps and bruises. Same thing
yeah.
with Giannis.
Same thing with Giannis. Yeah.
Like if he ever turns into an All NBA type player,
Yep.
they gonna bring some random enforcer and let that man just be a freak athlete that can shoot
Right.
and go downhill from the wing.
You know you can do that at power forward too, though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what
Y-
I'm saying. They're gonna like if he becomes an All NBA type player, they're gonna move him to the four and
Yeah.
then get him a Brook Lopez and let
Right.
him not worry about that.
No,
You
I'm
know?
saying in my mind, I think you can do either. Like you can leave him at the five. I wouldn't do it because
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it because centers get blamed for every point guards can do point guards can do whatever they feel like doing. But if you're a center, you can't do nothing, bro.
Oh my! You talking about when we don't cover the pick and roll, the guard just dies on the screen, and now we blaming Cat because Cat got to guard two people
Yep.
and then
And
figure
and
out a
have
way
the
to take away the corner
weak side
pass.
rim protection and sprint out to the corner for the uncovered dude in the corner.
It's like,
I saw Mitch do it one time 5 years ago. Okay.
and even though New Orleans is not a really good defense, McCall was fighting through screens a hell of a lot better in this game than at any point this season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he was getting over, he was hedging over, he was containing the ball, and also like we changed up coverages where we had Cat coming up to the level, blitzing. I think that helps, but it starts at the point of attack. There's a reason why like some of our best minutes happen when Deuce is on the floor, and it's
Right.
not an offensive thing. It's because Deuce fights over screens effectively,
Right.
and that helps Cat out because Cat doesn't have to focus on trying to do multiple things when he's just not a vertical type center to take
Right.
away a lob or a dump down or anything like that. It's
Right.
just
And it
that's just
buys
one.
cats those milliseconds to process also.
Yep.
Yeah, where some guys have the instincts where their body goes before. You know how some guys' body goes before their mind tells them what to do, like
Yeah.
his instincts. See,
Yeah.
Cat don't have that defensively, bro.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about layup package, absolutely. Like Cat has layup package instincts, bro. You're like, oh, did he just twist his body and flip a finger roll with English off the glass and it went in? Absolutely, he did. It's instincts. Yeah, yeah,
Shout out to Miguel P.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Miguel P in the building. Salute. Yeah, man. what do y'all when you look at the Knicks right now? How do y'all like the Knicks' chances of winning a championship this year?
To think when the highs are high, we're definitely a championship caliber team. But when you got this team put together, there's going to be some inconsistencies. I have faith by February, March, when we get into that end season mode where Tibbs has everybody locked in. There's only one team in the league that I fear in a series, and that's probably the Celtics right now. With the talent that we have.
Yeah,
Now things can change, injuries can happen, teams can get better. But the only team that I view up like I have to look up to is the Celtics. That's the only thing.
I think
And
we're
yeah.
we're one jumbo wing away from being the most dominant team in the NBA.
Mm.
Right, just a jumbo wing away. Right? Is it Precious? I don't think so. I think Precious is the second jumbo wing. I think we need if for instance, if we were able to pull off a Kaminga trade, I don't know if the money works. I doubt it. Right? I doubt it. But if we
He's on a rookie contract, so he's not making
Yeah,
that
it's
much.
it's it's just getting the amount of
Accruing
we
the
don't have a
assets to
bunch of
get
picks.
him, like the
Yeah,
money, you would just be like, okay, well, we'll give you a vet minimum player and toss you a bunch of picks. Well, we don't have a bunch of picks, so
well, nah, but because he's a top 7 pick, right?
yeah.
So he's
that's
probably
still
making
not a
about
lot of
what
money though.
7 million.
Yeah,
He's
around
probably
He
7.
he's
So
making
like
like 7.
yeah,
But the problem is Golden State would want a lot in return.
and they're an apron team too, right? They're in their 19th apron.
No, no, they're
not
not
because they got
actually.
rid of so much money because they got rid of the Clay deal.
Yeah, they let Clay walk, and after they
That
let
was a
Clay
lot of
walk.
money off their books. They're
Yeah,
like first apron right now.
Okay.
yeah. I don't even think they're first.
They're not first,
No,
so they're gonna spend money this summer. Yeah.
yeah. So I think they if they did, I think they would probably want a couple picks.
So give him a couple of picks.
We ain't got a couple picks to give.
We ain't got a
Yeah.
couple first rounders. They want first rounders.
Nah, bro. You don't have to again. When you do trades, bro, you don't have to do one for one in every trade, bro.
I know, but we don't have swaps and stuff. We only have swaps. We don't have first round picks to give. We have a conditional that turns into like two
That's not what I'm
seconds.
saying. Oh, you don't have to do one for one, bro. You can do a 3-team deal. You can get somebody else to send them picks, and we can send that team a player for those picks, the compensation.
I know, but who are you gonna send out?
It don't matter. It don't
Does
matter.
not.
We can the Knicks front office is smart, bro. If they wanted to pull off that deal, they'll pull that deal off. Is what I'm saying.
I
I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not.
think they have enough. 'Especially when Utah was how they acted with Utah makes me think that um they
Shout
will
out
they
to
will
Cully.
want to pay
Yeah,
in
man.
return.
Queens in the building.
I'm inclined to agree with Fritz.
What
It's
Fritz is saying. Yeah.
because absolutely Jumbo Wing is what we need. But guess what? Jumbo Wing is probably the most sought after commodity in the entire NBA.
Right.
Like we got a couple Jumbo Wings.
Right.
What
And
they were not
we have
cheap.
3 of them. We need
They
we have
Most of
4
them
of
were
them, and
not
we
cheap.
want another one.
They were not cheap.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
So
I
so
think
when we talk about like these things to get one at some point, like you might be able to get a rotational big wing that can come in and help you. But like for instance, what's his name? Uh,
Jared Vanderbilt.
yeah, that could be
he's injured.
available.
Yeah. Hmm.
Or or like or like a Torrey Craig could be available.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I hate Torrey Craig. When I see him, I'm gonna put my hands on him.
I say that Freezy, but Torrey Craig with Tibbs would look a hell of a lot better.
If I ever see
I'm just spitballing names
right. Right.
because at
Yeah.
that point you're going for replacement level players or solid players like Torian Prince is a starter for the Bucks right now.
Yeah. Andre
We
Jackson too.
we would take a Torian Prince off the bench for sure.
So we have a jumbo wing in the G League. We just can't pay him.
TJ.
Yeah. I was thinking
Is he
actually
a jumbo wing? He like 6'5".
Jumbo?
no, I was thinking about
Maybe?
I'm thinking about Chuma. I like him.
Chumo Kiki.
Yeah,
I think
he's not an offensive player at all, bro. At all.
That man's struggling to get buckets in the G League. So
Right. And no disrespect to him because he is absolutely the homie. Right? Like he the homie that live on your block that everybody like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna go down to my house. He that guy from what I hear. I know one of my nieces went to school with him, and then I know some people in Atlanta that know him, and they like, man, he the salt of the earth. Like for real, like that type of person. And that might be the reason why the Knicks brought him in, because he fits our culture. But his offense looks like Cameron Payne's jump shot, bro.
oh my god. Speaking of jump shots, how you like the Matt Ryan threes?
Bro, we were screaming at the TV telling Matt Ryan to shoot it. We like, bro, what are you out here? Shoot the ball. It don't matter if you're 30 feet away. They brought you in here to shoot it.
What wasn't
he put up like 6 in like 6 minutes.
Because we were yelling at the screen. He probably heard us. Shoot it.
He was paying was that 21? What was that? You playing
Yeah.
take it?
Yeah.
He was playing make it take it out there. I'm like, yo.
When he threw up that floater, I was like, Matt Ryan, if you ever take a shot inside 25 feet again, I'm gonna cut you myself. When he threw up that floater, the floater looked so unnatural, bro.
Like you don't even practice floaters. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
We literally
had
gave
to
you a
tell him to
contract
go
to
out
shoot
there.
threes.
Right.
They had to go out there and tell him just shoot it every time you
Right. What do you
I mean, if you out there, hey man, if you out there with Huck Porty and Sims on the court, you should be anytime you cross half court, you should just throw the shot up. They might have a good chance of getting a rebound.
He did not. He acted like everybody was just returning him the ball. That was it.
Fritz, what made me laugh is there was a stretch where he was out there playing the two. Right? Remember when they brought Jacob Toppin in the game and it looked like we had 3 power forwards out there?
Oh my god.
With Matt Ryan and Tyler Kolek, the worst lineup you've ever seen, and Matt Ryan wouldn't shoot it. Like,
what you out there for?
Bro, you the only shooter out here. Come on, dog. I mean,
just throw it up, man.
I think that man needs to hear some
wherever he stood.
He like the type of dude that just need to hear a certain song before the game or something. I mean, I don't know. What do you need? You need to hear work. We pull it up. That's what you need to hear to shoot it. You know, I mean, I don't know. So Fritz,
he seems like a Daft Punk kind of guy.
Probably, yeah, probably. You know, but I think he had numerous opportunities to just shoot. I think he felt like a team guy. Like I'm gonna shoot within the flow of the offense, bro. Did
we see those same 5 minutes? Did we see the same 5 minutes?
Yeah, we saw the same. Yes. Yeah, I know. He put up how many shots did he put up? 7.
He took like 6 threes in like 6 minutes.
Bro, I promise you,
he was throwing everything up.
Right. No, reason. No, I'm not talking about after he saw the first one go in and he started chucking. I'm talking about
you should have had 12 shots up, is what Freezy's saying.
Yeah. You remember he didn't start jacking until he saw that first 3 go in. Right? Right. But those first 2, like there was shots he was not like when he was open from like 28 feet. I'm like, Matt Ryan, come on. Nobody's gonna be mad at you if you shoot this thing from 28 feet.
We are up 40.
Right.
Let's yeah. And then he made the first one. Now he's just flying out the baseline. Confidence things falling out of bounds.
Confidence to the roof. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And
Uh,
we were rooting for and for the record, man, I'm rooting for Matt Ryan to. So when we first started talking about Matt Ryan, I was bitter in that sense of, and I have the right to be bitter. So I'm not admitting I'm wrong. I'm just telling y'all my truth as how I felt.
yeah.
I still don't feel like I'm wrong, right? But every now and then, like once a season or two, the Knicks will bring in a guy and we anoint them. Once a Knick, always a Knick. Like this dude played for 52 teams, bro, and we give him a jersey on a 10-day contract, and now we want to build him a trophy. All I want for the dudes to do when they get here is just to play good. Show me that you got something, right? Show me that you got something, man. I don't want to. I don't want to hear about the Norvell Pell stuff no more. I don't want to hear about the Luka Shamanich. You remember Luka Shamanich?
Oh my God.
Remember that? Oh
You
my
know
God,
how
the
you know
Spurs!
how
Why did the
bad
Spurs cut him?
you know how mad Popovich had to be to cut him.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
He probably saw
bro,
something in practice and was like, "Nah, this boy ain't it. Let me cut this man right now."
y'all remember Luca Vildoza?
Oh my
Yep.
God.
And people were like, yo, he's better than Rokas.
27-year-old rookie point guard.
You like, come on, dog. I mean,
Mm.
Ain't even make the team.
bro, they gave him that fake 3-year deal, the 3-year non-guaranteed. Like you got a 3-year deal, not one stitch of a minute is guaranteed of that 3-year deal, right? And Knicks fans were like, "Yo, he might be the starter next year," and I'm like, "Man, just let the man play a little bit." That's how I felt about Matt Ryan before we anoint him as the placeholder for Landry Shamet. Can we please just let that man play, let him rock? That was my point with the Matt Ryan thing. Like
I,
he's a
but
journeyman. He's
it,
bounced around,
if
and
we but a placeholder for Landry Shamet sounds crazy as well because he hasn't done nothing in the Knicks uniform yet either.
right.
So, that's why when I viewed it, I just was like, it's just a filler for a style of player. I don't think they care
It's a,
who the hell it is.
it's a, what is it? The understudy, like a Broadway understudy.
Yeah,
So that
It's legitimately they wanted a guy that takes 10 threes per 36 minutes or takes 6 threes per 75 possessions. They
right,
don't they're that is the calculator. That's the calculator signing to a T. Like
right.
it's like they look at it from a profile of what
Money
this
ball,
player
like
does.
the money
It
ball.
literally it is Moneyball, Fruzy. The Shamit signing is Moneyball in itself. It's swinging for a style of player and
Right,
then plugging him in and seeing how he fits within the organization. They don't really care who the hell it is, man.
right,
It could have
right,
been a player born yesterday. If his stats said X, Y, and Z, the front office would have went for him.
right, right.
Which is why I was like, the Shamit move, it makes sense because I don't think in a normal NBA economy, Shamit is not a vet minimum player, but because the CBA priced out the middle class player, he's had to be a vet minimum. Like if it was 4 or 5 years ago, Landry Shamet probably plays for $7 to $8 million a year.
Right.
So the money ball in us is okay. We took in a guy that has a little bit more talent than vet minimum, fits a certain style of play, or archetype. So we're gonna throw money at him at the vet minimum and see if we could. It's like how like you said, Moneyball, or you could say even how the Mets handled it last year, where we gave a guy that's like a reclamation project or at the lowest value, and we try to rehab them into
Right.
something that can work for us in that moment.
Right. And this year we going all Juan Soto. This year we going the opposite.
No, no, no. The Mets literally just made signed a guy that's a reclamation project. That's
Frankie
that.
Montes. Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to do the Luis Severino thing all over again.
Yeah. We got to bring the Severino back, bro.
I believe we're trying to do the not even the Severino thing, the other pitcher.
Um, the Pacific Islander dude.
The lefty.
Yeah, the dude
We're
that threw
trying to do
88.
that all over again, but that's what Stearns is good at. We have the money for the to make the big play, but once you cash out for the big play, you need to maximize the guys that make the least amount of money, which is why we signed Deuce to that little bit amount at the time
And it looks
to
like a steal right now, bro.
maximize. That's money ball to
Yep.
maximize. You got
Because
to when you make
when
a
they gave it to
swing,
him, when they
yeah,
gave
like
it to him, I thought it was an overpay. I ain't gonna lie.
to who for who?
Deuce.
Yeah, at the
That
time it
3 years,
was
3 years,
at the,
13 million. I'm like, what are we doing?
It
at the
was. It was
time
a thank you.
at the
He
time we
worked
were
hard.
like, why would we do this? And then you move quickly out of here. So we had to make sure we kept it in place. But in the same process, it's like they had the guy in house, so they knew what he was capable of.
Right.
And it was like we need to almost reset a rookie scale because he's basically on a rookie scale contract again.
Yep. A late first rounder. Yeah, he on a late first
Yeah.
round contract.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
he was doing it in practice. They
Yeah.
saw it in practice, and then they saw it in the G League. He just didn't translate onto the NBA floor, and then once he got the contract, it popped.
Yeah. And to make the same comparison, like we have the money to sign the big guys, or well, the Mets do, right? But
Yeah.
in that same space, you got to maximize the guys that are on the smaller contracts. So you got to make a Montas type move.
Yeah.
You got to fill in the back end of your bullpen with guys you've never heard of before, and they come in and are productive. Because every year, a championship team, they got like three or four guys in their bullpen you've never heard of in your entire life.
Yep.
But they all seem to have that one year or that they're in that one stretch of their career where they're performing at a high level because we all already know like um relievers are extremely volatile. So you got to
Yep.
maximize every year to year. And when you make the move for like a Carl Towns, you sign OG for a lot of money. You extend Brunson, you go for McCall. All the other moves you make behind that, you got to maximize the production for the dollar.
Right.
And Deuce is one of those guys. And we were trying to angle to make Shannon one of those guys, and we still think he can be, which is why he's within our organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's why
Yeah.
we drafted so many second rounders, and most of the second rounders we drafted are a little bit older than not than typical rookies because we want to have them in our organization and see if they can produce
Oh,
relative to what the salary is.
did you see what that dude Fritz Alcindor Jr. put in the chat?
Let me see.
I don't know about that one, Fritz Alcindor Jr.
I I'm not gonna lie to you, Freeze. uh, I can view it from that point of view, but I also feel like he was going to play rotational minutes.
I thought he
Like
was gonna play
we were angling to do that in the preseason. Like he was playing even with
rotational minutes.
starters.
Yeah,
Like he was playing with starters.
he was the three off or the wing off the bench.
Yeah. He was angled to be one of our scorers off the
Yep,
bench.
him and Precious. Him and
Yeah.
Precious
Well,
were
actually,
in.
also going into the year, we had questions on Deuce. Deuce handle, Deuce handle is legit now.
That man is dribbling with his left and finishing with his left.
So Deuce, so that question went out the window. So that's solved. So Shamit probably would have a smaller role. But if someone get injured, then he can step in and put in more minutes.
Yeah. I think they wanted to backload the team with as many NBA caliber players, but they're also guys you can plug and play.
Right.
Like you can plug in a shooter. If he can shoot, if you look at the Celtics, Freezy, they got like two or three guys on that roster that only shoot. But you plug in where you're missing, and that's that. In the past, in the '90s, your plug and play guy was usually a forward that can rebound.
Yeah.
Right now, your plug and play guy is a guy that shoots threes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the main difference in how the tertiary role players operate now. Before, when the game was paint focused, you needed your random role player to rebound and be physical. Now you need your random role player to be able to shoot, basically.
Yeah, I think the Knicks situation is kind of fluid. I think right now You see what Deuce is now. Deuce can play backup point guard. I think Deuce is kind of untouchable.
I think Deuce was
So
already untouchable because he
I
made
don't
so
think he was
little.
untouchable when the season started. I don't think if his handle came in and his handle didn't improve,
Yeah,
I wouldn't call him untouchable
but
if his handle didn't improve.
even like at the production he gives you for the dollar, you're not gonna get that very easily around the league.
Yeah,
No.
I know.
Not for
I
the next
wouldn't say
3
like
years
swapping
anyway.
him out. I mean, like using him in a,
As
getting
a
something
sweetener,
nice
as a
in return.
sweetener.
Because think
Yeah,
about so Fritz, basically what it is we're getting Bradley Beal production for Deuce McBride money right now.
yeah,
Like
hmm
look at Bradley Beal's numbers and look at Deuce's numbers. Right, they're
yeah,
similar. They're in the same range,
yeah.
and so we're getting that $30 million cheaper. Right
Yeah.
now, I know Bradley Beal is a dynamic, out of this world scorer, but he can't be that for Phoenix because he'll have to hog the ball. Right,
hmm
but if you're getting with that said, if you're getting a limited player that's going to give you 13 and a half, 14 points a game, shoot about 40% from three, give you decent defense, impact the game. I don't know if Deuce is even if it's even a question at this point.
Beal
Now,
makes
No, I think at
$47
this
million
point
dollars
I
more
think
than
he
him.
was. At
how
this
much
point,
is
I
it?
think he's off limit.
Bradley Beal makes like 50 million a year.
Like 50.
God. Oh my God. For 14 points a game?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So yeah, because I thought if
Now I see why the owners want to do the CBA, bro.
hmm
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Real quick before I get out of here, man. Just want to mention December. It was brought to my attention by a few people that December might be the month where the Knicks legit just stretch out from the pack because of the schedule. I think there are only like 2 tough games in the whole month. And so going into the trade deadline, if the Knicks finish the month, I think they play 12 games this month. So if the Knicks finish this month 8-4, 9-3, I don't see where the Knicks will do a trade, especially with Mitch coming back around the King holiday. And Precious will probably be back sometime before Christmas. Right. Kev McCullough will be back before Christmas also.
I
I don't see
hmm,
where they should even consider making a move.
I think they have to.
What
I
move is
think
it
it is.
though?
I don't know what it is, but I think they have to.
Wait. What? So you want them to make a move for the sake of making a move?
No, I
I
think
think
they have to. It's
I
just
think they not to infringe first, but I feel like you're saying like they're gonna make a move to further our chances in the postseason because winning games in December, while it helps us separate from the pack,
Mhm,
it doesn't. It's not an indicator of beating like the Celtics in May.
mhm.
Like you might need to have an extra piece here and there for the long for
Is
even
is,
just for the depth.
is Cameron Payne not the piece? Y'all not impressed with Cameron Payne?
I know, but this year,
Y'all not impressed with Deuce McBride?
We already said Freezy we want another wing, right?
No, we talked about. I want a jumbo wing, not
I
just
think
any
I think
wing.
I think the Knicks want the same thing too. I think they want one more wing, personally. I
yeah.
think them drafting two wings in this draft tells me that they want another wing.
Right.
Them
I want
drafting 2, 6, 7 wings in this draft tells me they want another wing.
I
It's just the
want
coach isn't comfortable playing them yet.
right, I just like to see. I would love to see them go get a Dorian Finney-Smith type player, a dude that can play some 3-4-5, a dude that can be interchangeable with Precious, and that can help us keep OG and Anobi healthy until the playoffs get here.
If
Someone like that.
I'll put it this way, Freezy. If we weren't up on the second apron, we probably would have signed like Jay Crowder or something.
hmm
If he wasn't a 10-year vet, we probably would have signed him.
Oh, okay.
The At the very minimum, I see the Knicks consolidating some back end pieces
Right.
to create a little bit more room to sign someone else.
You think they'll trade Pacom Dadier?
No,
You think they'll trade
unless
Tyler Colett?
no,
You think they'll trade Ariel Hook Party?
Maybe.
maybe
You said back because you said back end pieces, right? Those are the
It would.
back.
It would
back end
honestly,
pieces.
honestly, maybe I'm a little bit more bullish. I think they would trade Tyler Kolek if the right opportunity came up.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you just said Deuce
If
is looking
someone
a lot
values you
better.
in a trade, if someone values, if someone's gonna give you something you really need,
Yeah, exactly.
so if which color came back on the list was a center from Utah, and they said, you know what, we want a deal, and then they said, give it Tyler Golick, okay, then we can talk.
Oh
But but I'm not trading Golick for just anybody.
Yeah,
man,
I
Danny
understand that.
Ainge is not. Danny Ainge is not trading for. Tyler Kolek is not a Danny Ainge type player, bro.
I know, but the
Yeah,
value, that's what we were
He
talking
looks
Okay.
like a
about.
guy that would be from Utah, though.
Yeah, a Danny Ainge type player looks like not the attitude, but looks like Dante DiVincenzo, a white guy that's a really good athlete, sneaky under the radar type athlete that can do multiple things and just needs to be in the right. That was Danny Ainge.
That's temperamental.
Yeah, that was Dan. Y'all remember Rex Chapman? That's a Danny
Yep.
Ainge type player right there,
Hmm.
right? A dude, or 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 on the other end, a very diminutive guard that can that outplays his like an Avery Bradley. If the Knicks had an Avery Bradley type player on the roster, Danny Ainge would love that type player.
You just said Deuce McBride.
No, I said Avery Bradley.
Yeah,
Yeah,
six
that's
two,
just McBride.
pretty athletic guard, not really a point guard. Can shoot the lights out. Can play point of attack defense.
Why
I think
y'all?
everybody's a better defender than Deuce, but the
Why
same
y'all love
archetype, yes.
y'all love trade y'all love trading Deuce, bro. Deuce ain't going nowhere.
No,
Oh
but
no,
we're
I'm not
just
saying I'm
saying
trading Deuce. I'm
if
just saying you're
someone
describing Deuce.
Oh,
if
you talking about the
someone gives
archetype?
you
Okay, okay.
but if someone gives you value, because Kolek is a second round pick, where we got him 30s. If
Yeah,
Like
someone gives
34.
you, yeah, somebody gives you like a value, someone values Kolek at a player worth two draft picks,
but they
two
don't.
first rounders.
But Fritz, remember they don't value Kolek because if they valued him, he'd have been a first round pick.
No, they played around with that pick. They knew he was going to be there.
No, I'm talking about 30 NBA teams, not the Knicks. If Tyler Kolek had that value that you're saying, he probably would have went ahead of some of the guys that were drafted ahead of him in a supposedly weak draft that was really
Yeah,
not that weak.
yeah. He should have been in the 20s. He should have been in the 20s.
But NBA teams are telling us that he should have been in the 30s is what I'm saying. Because I agree with you. I think the kid is a player, right? He just needs time. Unfortunately for him, that time is not. You're drafted to a team that has an established point guard already, an all-star level point
Yeah,
guard.
yeah, yeah. So
So
I mean, if it's
he's never going to get those growing pain minutes.
yeah, but if someone looks at him and is like, okay, I see the vision. Bring him over here with something else, and we could talk for Walker Kessler. Yeah, I'd do it.
Danny Ainge ain't trade nobody, bro. When's the last time Danny Ainge did a trade? The Donovan Mitchell trade? That's it, right?
I'm
Yeah.
sure he's done small stuff.
I don't
Uh,
remember. I don't remember seeing Utah being active at the draft.
no, they weren't active. Actually, people were expecting them to be
They
active
stayed
this
put
year.
and got the big they wanted anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Duke big.
yeah, Philip. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I don't know what the Knicks are gonna. I don't know. And usually, Fritz, for the record, usually this time of year, I'm all in on the Knicks trade talk. I'm usually like
I'm
interjecting some views, but I don't
I'm not.
see a pathway.
Yeah.
I don't see a pathway for them to be a major player at the trade deadline. I only see them looking to shed salary as a third team in a three-team deal. That's it. I don't see where.
Yeah. What I expect them to do is lose a couple million and consolidate, and then perhaps you get what you call it.
But
Um,
consolidate for what
some of
though?
those two get some of those.
What are we are we consolidating OG and Bridges for Giannis? Type
No,
some major move like that? Or are you
I'm
talking about
talking.
pity
I'm talking
pat?
about Sims. I'm talking about Sims. I'm talking Sims, Kolick, some of those guys.
Yeah, we're put in a position where we can, because we're not in the second apron, we can combine salaries. So they're gonna try to piece together something for something.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I
But
don't
the
know.
thing we're gonna piece it for is gonna be an eighth, ninth, 10th guy in rotation.
But won't you just pick up that guy off the out of free agency?
Because
I was
a lot
gonna.
of those guys are too expensive until we can get them at a prorated salary later on.
Right, like TJ Warren. Why don't you just wait and then sign TJ Warren?
Well, then
No,
that,
but if you do a 2-for-1 and then you lose, you drop a couple mil,
and then you can actually sign. You
then you
can
could just
go into
sign
the
TJ
buyout
Warren.
market. You can go into the buyout market for
Right.
guys that make even a little bit more money than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's well, okay.
So I think that's where you get the 3-for-1, the 2-for-1s is
Yeah,
where
but the
you
buyout
can
market isn't
sign.
active until after the deadline
March
because
yeah, after the deadline. And then it's
Yeah.
only active until what, March 1st, March 10th? I think it's March 10th, right?
Yeah. And
Trade deadline March
the person couldn't make more than mid-level
10th. Right.
before they
yeah,
were
it's a
cut.
guy that's making 12 or 12, I think 12, somewhere in the 12, $13 million range, and then
Or
they
less.
get bought out. Because it would be unfair if someone that was a max player, like it would be like if Zach Levine was on an expiring deal, but nobody wants him and he wanted to get bought out, it would be like, oh, Zach Levine goes to a team for $3 million when he just made $50 million this year.
Right.
They wouldn't allow that. It's
Right.
Yeah.
basically like you can get a nice role player out the buyout market at best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Mo Harkless. Remember we got Mo Harkless one year?
Oh no.
And they signed Mo Harkless and Mo
Did
Harkless
they
played over
sign? No, we
Kevin Knox.
traded for Mo. We
Yeah,
traded
we
for him.
traded for Mo Harkless. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got Mo Harkless and the quickly pick for Mook Morris.
Yeah, we got Mo
Yeah.
Harkless to play in front of Kevin Knox.
Awesome.
What you call it? I know it's totally random what I'm gonna say, but the you heard the out that Pelicans have with Zion Williamson this year?
The what?
The out, the way they have
His
Zion
contract isn't
Williamson.
guaranteed.
Yeah, they can cut him for 20%.
Oh
They would
wow.
only have to pay 20% of his contract if they cut him this year.
Oh wow.
Does that count against the cap though?
No, it doesn't. I think I heard them talking about doing the broadcast. Not this broadcast. I think it was another broadcast I saw. Oh yeah, they were like, yo, they can just cut ties with him at the end of the season for a 20% cut or bump, and they'll
He
be
left
free of Zion.
he left CAA because he got pissed we wouldn't force him to New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once he signed that contract, that was it.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
should have never signed it. That's the one thing I didn't think he was gonna sign it.
Would y'all be interested in Zion?
Yeah,
At what dollar figure?
yeah.
At the Mikal Bridges dollar figure. At whatever
I
Mikal
mean,
Bridges asked for this summer.
Zion for $20 million? He
No,
probably
yeah,
would actually try. I
no,
don't think he ever cared about New Orleans.
Mikal Bridges ain't signing for $20 million, bro.
No, I'm saying he's making $20 million right now.
That's what he making $20 million right now.
Yeah.
Mikel's getting robbed right now.
Are you talking about Mikal Bridges, not Zion?
Yeah,
Ugh.
Mikel.
Zion is
Yeah,
like 37.
Zion's rookie max. He's like 36.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought him and John got the max when RJ didn't.
Yeah, they got rookie max.
Rookie max. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's all they qualified for.
Yeah.
Yeah. But McCall is gonna ask for more than OG and Anobi, bro. Y'all know that, right?
No, I think he
Uh,
went. I think he wants his 40. I don't
I
think
think
he wants to get less than guys in his position.
we might extend him to the max off of his deal, which is probably what pushing $45 million a year, maybe.
Yeah. Would y'all pay that? Y'all comfortable paying that?
Yeah.
As long as the salary cap keeps going up, yeah, because we
Mhm.
would be able to afford it as the salary cap goes up 2 years from now,
Yeah.
because that's when his
Bruh.
money would kick in 2 years from now.
Bruh.
That might be the reason that they may have to get rid of Mitch.
Bruh.
Uh,
McCall Bridges at 45. Man, look, man. Bro, if they give that dude 45 million, I'm changing teams, bro.
Drizzy, you got to reanalyze or recalculate.
No, I don't. I ain't got to
how
do
much
that.
people
No,
are
I don't.
how much people are making right now?
No, I don't. I don't care.
Drizzy, max players will be making like
I
$75 million a
I
year.
I don't care. I don't care what max players are making. What I'm telling y'all is Jalen Brunson is the best player on the team, and he's gonna be making about 37,
Mhm.
right? And Cat is a better player than this dude, and he's making 49, and then his will go up, right? And then
Mhm.
we're saying our third best player is gonna be making anywhere from 38 to 44 mil per year as his contract,
Goes up. Yeah.
goes up or whatever. And then we're saying Macau Bridges is gonna make around because and even if it's a AAV of 45, even if it starts at 41 and goes to 49, I still
Mhm.
think that's too much for Macau Bridges. That's just my opinion. And I'm not saying y'all are wrong about max figures and all of that stuff. What I'm talking about is for a 16 point per game guy, that's an
Okay. Yeah.
inconsistent offensive guy, and his defense goes anywhere from above average to elite.
Yeah.
I can't
He,
justify that, bro.
he if he came in and he did 20 and brought the defense like he's supposed to, I don't think anybody would blink an eye.
But
But
Fritz,
I think
just
the
the way he
defense is
started,
the issue,
yeah.
less than the offense. Like if his defense was what it was, say 2 years ago,
right,
it would be essentially like giving him the OG deal,
right,
but that's inflated for the years because contracts get bigger and bigger
right,
year over year.
right. And so my thing is, I understand math. I understand how math works.
Oh yeah, that
I was
wasn't for
doing,
you. That was more for the audience.
what I'm saying is certain guys you can just gotta draw the line somewhere like, yo, you know what, man, man, look, no, it's some guys you just gotta draw the line like, man, I'm not gonna get in a bidding war for the sake of because everybody else is having a bidding war. No, I ain't doing that, bro. Right? My thing is, I'm gonna talk to Mikal Bridges and be like, listen, man, my number is 38. My number is Brunson's number. $1 over that, and we're trading you to Taiwan. You're gonna be playing for the Taiwan Sand Sharks, bro. Right? We're gonna recoup all our draft picks back. We'll get all of our draft picks back from Memphis. We'll trade you for Desmond Bain and some first round picks, right? To Memphis. I know Memphis will pay for it. We'll trade you to Houston for Jalen Green and some first round picks because I know Houston will pay it. But bro, when you're talking about Cat at 49 and he's an all-star, Jalen Brunson at 37, 38, whatever he's at, and he's an all-star. OG Ananobi at whatever it is, between 38 and 40, 46 or whatever. And then you're talking about paying him also. And then we don't win a chip. Nah, bro, you
Nah.
gotta draw the line. You gotta
Okay,
draw the
wait.
line
If we
somewhere.
want to
The
chip,
Knicks got to know something.
if we
Like,
want to chip, do you think would you give it to him?
No. If we won 2 chips, I'm still not paying them.
well,
To Fritz's point though, I think there's like a leg up that we have, and it's the fact that Brunson and Leon Rose and The entire CAA are like under cahoots because if Brunson was literally anybody else, he doesn't sign that extension. Like I'll give you an example. De'Aaron Fox, De'Aaron Fox didn't sign his extension
Right.
when he could have,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's been with that organization from the jump. They've done everything
Oh,
that they've done everything that he's asked for. He said, "I
oh no,
want
but
the." He said, "I want
he's gonna
DeRozan."
get more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said, "I want DeRozan." Go. They went out and go get DeRozan. He
Right.
said, I'm the only point guard on this team." They traded Halliburton,
Yep. Yep.
and even he was like, "I'm not taking this extension." And
Yep.
Brunson was like, "I'm gonna just take it. I don't need the money that bad."
Right. The- And
What?
and so, but that's not the thing that I'm getting at. I understand y'all are talking about the intertwining of connections and all of that stuff, right? But what I'm saying is you don't see teams like Boston commit to four dudes long term. They have two key guys, right? And then the pieces that they bring out or bring in around those two key guys can be moved, right? Like in a year or so, you're gonna see them make a move. Like it's gonna be Drew Holiday to somewhere for somebody else. And it's
Yeah.
not going to be a we hate Drew Holiday thing. It's going to be we just need to
It's business.
upgrade this position at the moment type thing.
Yeah. No, well, they're not gonna give anybody a contract that's um unmovable. Something
Yeah.
unmovable.
And
You
but
have to
but
be
but
able.
Fritz, but they are though, Fritz.
Yeah,
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can't say it's a Nova Boys connection thing, and then on the opposite side say, nah, we can trade any Nova Boy anytime we feel like it. Because either it is or it is not.
mhm.
That's just to me. That's what it is. Either it's a guys are loyal to Jalen Brunson thing, or it's not.
I don't think it is. I don't think it. I think he's the key to it, and as long as it makes sense, that's is what they're gonna do. If it makes sense,
So it's not a. So the Nova Boys thing is not a thing. Then
I think it's fluid. I think if someone big came available, I think Josh would be out the door first thing smoking. If something crazy came available, magically some of those pieces would become available.
you think do you think the Knicks would trade Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges for Giannis?
Yes,
Oh yeah, they
I
would. They would.
absolutely think that's not true.
I
I,
think they
I,
would.
you
I,
don't
I
think so?
no
That's
no
that's
because the two things can't be true. Like they legit can't preach Nova Boys. This thing is family and all that
I
stuff.
don't think they're preaching it.
I think
They
that
can go
there.
off.
I think you can preach it within reason
What?
until it makes basketball sense. Like they preached that Nova Boy stuff. They were doing magazine covers. They were doing
Right.
photo shoots with
You
Dante,
could.
and they still traded Dante and Julius Randle after they basically built Julius Randle into the best player he could have ever been.
I'm pretty sure you may love your home. You say, "Hey, this is my home. This is I feel good in this home." But somebody comes with a check. Somebody come with some crazy check. You know what? I'm gonna pack my bags and leave everything else.
Not, but that's not, but see, that's what, see, you're thinking in terms of practicality. When you start talking family, when you start talking family, bro, practicality don't mean nothing because you will suffer for your family. You'll go down in a blaze for your family, right?
But we saw it with Dante,
Bro,
didn't
you
we?
got, bro, you legit have family members you probably don't even like. As a matter of fact, you probably got family members that don't like you, right? You like,
Nah,
it's
everybody love me.
yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just in general, right? So, but yeah, what the thing is I think is odd how we say certain things until we get asked a certain question, and then we be like, nah,
Dante literally just got traded like 2 months ago, and
yeah,
Dante was viewed as family to everyone within the organization.
right,
To Jalen Brunson directly, the superstar of the organization,
right.
And
and you
but
saying we wouldn't trade them? if Giannis, 2-time MVP, Giannis, champion Giannis was available,
That's absolutely what I'm saying.
that is crazy.
I think they'd be like, I'm sorry,
There, it can be justified
but
at that
hey,
point.
it's Giannis.
Y'all think they would break up the Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson thing for Giannis?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
Y'all are wild,
yes,
bro. Y'all are wild now, bro. Now it must be early. It must be too late at night or something. Y'all think they would legit break up Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson? You know who the
yes.
first guy they brought? Or no, let me take that back. The first Nova guy was Ryan Archidiakono. He came and did the scouting. He came and did this guy like, nah, man, they have good snacks, man. And then Brunson came, and then Josh Hart came. Right,
We're not saying it's not gonna hurt them,
right, right.
but sometimes you gotta put the pistol up to G Money and let him know, Freezy.
Yeah,
Am I am I
yeah.
are you your brother's keeper?
But the thing about but the thing about that though, and Dre, what you got to be with us when we do the New Jack City breakdown, bro. Because the thing about that whole scenario is you wouldn't even have to ask. G Money would never have even had to ask that if if Nino would have remembered he was part of a family, right? When Nino Brown became bigger than the family, everybody in the family started asking each other that question. Like, damn, man, you know what I'm saying? Nino walking around here stabbing beige dudes in the hand at the table. You know what I'm saying? What's going on with Nino? We came up together, bro. And
That
then
man using little girls as shields.
it's Shields. Yeah, like this dude wilding, bro. This dude is out here wilding, bro. Like all of a sudden, Blade think he more important than everybody. You know what I'm saying? G Money would have never had to ask that man that if that man wouldn't start wilding, right? Because remember how cool they remember in the Jeep when they was riding down the street at the beginning of the movie. You thought those dudes was brothers for life, bro. And then all of a sudden, G Money lost his mind, bro. He in the club taking dudes, girl, bro. You take brother girl, and you think he ain't
That's
a
your
man,
man.
right? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's the whole thing. But anyways, when it came to Dante, bro, I don't think the Knicks wanted to do that move, but Minnesota forced them to do that move. I don't think Milwaukee will ever be in a situation where they'll be like, yo, it's Josh Hart or nothing. If you Milwaukee, are y'all serious? Y'all think Milwaukee gonna be like, yo, if we don't get Josh Hart, man, we ain't giving y'all what?
Stranger trades have been held out
No, but
for
Chris,
you
am
could
I
be in a
more ridiculous
situation.
things.
You could be in
right?
a situation where Giannis is like, I'll only go to New York, and they're like, I'm only doing this deal if we get those two or those two.
We you could look at how the Lakers
Lesser,
traded for
what's
AD.
yeah,
They had to basically their entire stock of young players were up, and they could only keep one, and they chose Kuzma.
Right. Nah, you if you remember, they were trying to give up um um what's the center, the young center they had. He
Zubac,
started for the Clippers. Yeah, he started for the Clippers now.
Zubac.
They kept trying to give them Zubats instead of Lonzo. They're like, man, we ain't
hmm
trying to give up Lonzo. They're like, bruh, y'all want AD or what? You know what I'm saying? It came, but the shoe is on the other foot. It'll be in a AD to the Lakers thing. The Lakers were pursuing, right? And this thing with Giannis, we are pursuing.
I think, but the thing is, like, you don't even get to that point unless Giannis already decides to force his way. Like when we talking
yeah,
about someone of that caliber, all superstars, real superstars, top 5 players, they choose where they want to go. And like that hypothetical scenario, where it's like Giannis, it wouldn't be you against the entire field for Giannis at that point. It would be Giannis deciding, hey, I want to go here, make it happen.
Get it done. Right. That's the point that I'm getting at.
And if it comes down to that, then if it came down to him deciding to come here, and we have to come to an agreement, if it had to come down to that, if that was what was asked of us, even to make the money work, they would do it.
Yeah, the only reason why I'll tell you this. The only reason why Dante was in that trade is because personnel wise, Mitchell Robinson was not a good fit for Minnesota. That's the only reason why was in the deal, right? Say for instance, if who was here last who was here last year on a roster that had some value? Um, Bogdanovich, right? Say if Bogdanovich was available and Minnesota really wanted Bogdanovich, they just wanted a shooter. We could have just threw Bogdanovich in the deal, right? We could
I
we could
don't think they just wanted a shooter. I think they want somebody that could flip. I think I think
Yeah, there, yeah.
they
They
they're they took a pick from us, and then they're gonna flip these two players. They're gonna get two more picks, two, three more picks. They just playing the game.
right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What are they gonna get for Dante when they try to flip him?
they were probably hoping for a
Somebody in the
first.
first round pick.
Huh?
Just somebody in the first round pick.
For Dante DiVincenzo right now?
Not
I
right
think
now.
they
When we traded him, like his value has definitely dipped.
That wasn't my question. No, that wasn't my question. No, my question is, what are they gonna get for Dante right now?
Oh, not much right now.
not much.
Right. And so basically,
You're gonna hope to rehab his price a little bit, but
the, the
um,
the point that I'm making is commodities are volatile, bro. You don't know what the price is gonna be. You don't. In okay, so in license language, you can't put a dollar amount on futures, right?
yeah.
Futures are futures. You trade them at a certain rate because you don't know if that rate in 2 years is going to be higher and lower than the rate that you're offering today, right? So you just offer them at a set rate, and both sides are gambling. Like Fritz is going to accept this futures at this rate because he doesn't know if it's going to be lower or higher in 2 years. So he'd be like, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, I'll give it to you at this rate." Both of us are taking a chance. I think this is agreeable. That's the thing with Dante. And unfortunately for the Timberwolves, that's what they did. And now Dante is coming in at a lower than expected rate. They're not going to be able to get anything for Dante, right? Dante, and then if Dante is continues to play like this for the next 2 seasons or 3 seasons, because he probably, if he's playing bad, he's not going to opt out in that third year or the fourth year. He's not going to opt out. He's going to take that money,
Hmm.
right? That's what I'm. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah. I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna try to see if they can squeeze a first round pick out of someone.
Yeah,
They
that
probably can't get it unprotected, so they probably try to see if they can get a conditionals from someone.
yeah. Dante's not worth a first round pick right now, bro.
Not right now.
Nah,
Mm.
nah, not even if you're a playoff team. I wouldn't even give up a late
Oh
first
no.
round pick for Dante.
Oh no.
Like if I'm the Denver Nugget, who won the championship? If I'm the Celtics, I'm not giving up a first round pick for Dante when I have Sam Hauser on my bench. Sam Hauser is a proven shooter in our system. Why give up? Why give up a first round pick? And I have Peyton Pritchard and Sam Hauser itching to do the role that Dante would fit in, right?
I don't
That's what
know.
I'm saying.
Maybe if,
That's what I'm saying about Mikal Bridges. With Bridges, I'm not paying him $45 million in hopes that a 29-year-old will develop some level of consistency. And I know he's not 29 right now. I'm saying at the time that you looked to offer the contract. I'm not offering him $45 million at age 29. Are y'all serious? Nah, bro. I'm putting that man on the market. I'm sorry. And the thing about it is, if y'all disagree with me putting him on the market at his age 29 year to get picks back, then how can you then say, how can you like, nah, man, you can't trade him, but then say at the same time, the thing with the Nova Boys thing is a, how can we say it's family in one scenario and then it's not family in another scenario?
I don't know. We try to keep it together. I'm gonna try to keep my parents if they ever you know leave the house to me. But if I gotta move, I gotta move.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah. I was talking to my son about that this week.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, look, Freezy. Giannis was talking about that man, Drew Holiday, his family.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They shipped that man, Drew Holiday, out after a championship
Yo,
for Dame Lillard.
you know what? You know who did that, bro? And he was like, "Yo," Giannis was like, "Yo, I don't like losing." Remember he said that. Remember when they lost the first round? He was
Yeah.
like,
yeah,
"Yeah, yeah, we something." Remember the words he said? Things have to change. Things have to change around here. I don't like losing, and he
And
said,
he was leveraging that extension coming up too.
"Yep, yep." And
yeah.
and if y'all notice, some furniture started moving when he said that.
And Drew Holiday had he Drew Holiday a couple weeks before that said, "Hey, I want to play 1 or 2 more years,"
Yep.
which did not help him. So I want to play a couple more years and I'm gonna retire early.
But you know what was funny though?
Right.
I think Brunson cares more about winning than winning with a particular set of teammates. Me personally, I think he cares about winning with his guys, but I think he also just wants a championship.
I
And
think
he
it's the
said winning
opposite.
before anything.
I think it's the opposite. I think he cares about
I tend to agree with Dre.
I think I think it's the oppositely. I think it's Jalen Brunson cares more about his tight knit group, the homies, than he cares not more than winning, right? Because winning is the most important thing to a lot of people, right? But I think Jalen Brunson cares about winning with his people. It's it,
But
I think he
but
absolutely
his
cares
people
about
getting
that,
paid
Freezy.
though.
But if it was about winning with his people over everything,
right.
Dante would still be here right now.
Dante and we would have forgot about Cat. But
We know who runs the organization.
Right. Right. But you notice that Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges were not in that trade, right?
I mean
Yeah,
this more
because it's a separate trade.
Yeah, yeah. But that
so,
but that trade came after the Mikal Bridges trade. And I know they can't trade Mikal Bridges. I know that.
I'll phrase it like this: if the opportunity was out there for Brunson to have a 99% chance to win a championship, but Mikal and Josh got to be off the team, I think he takes it.
I think it's the opposite, bro.
Mhm. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think
but why would it matter?
there's a
I
loyal
don't think it matters. If when the Knicks traded Dante, they honestly traded Dante into a better situation at the time. Like Dante had a chance to start
A clear
and
role.
he had a clear role in Minnesota than he had here. So basically, I'm helping my friend out, and he gonna eat, and he gonna get his money.
Nah,
What's the
man.
problem with that?
Fritz, again, I think some of the details been they talked Dante into remember when Dante took his deal with the Knicks,
He took it
dudes
less. He took less. Yeah.
dudes was getting these wild OD contracts. You remember the Bruce Brown contract, bro? They get 2 years. Dre, what was it? Me and Dre were live. I think it was like what 2 years,
2 for 40.
47 million.
They gave him an inflated deal.
Yeah, remember Fred Van Vliet deal when Fred Van Vliet deal came across? We was like, what? And
Yep.
Dante took the mid level exception to play with his boys, right? When Dante could have got more money than Bruce Brown, right?
Hmm.
You're like, come on, Dante took what to sign with the Knicks, and
I don't
then
think he
one.
was okay. I don't think no team was giving Dante $20 million a year.
Nah, probably not no 20
But
million.
he said we weren't the highest bid,
Yeah,
and then we
I
weren't
think
even
someone
mid
was gonna
level.
give him 15, maybe 16,
Right,
maybe, and
right,
he settled down for like 12 or something like that.
right. And but it's not just 12, it's 12 in the bro. I wish y'all lived in New
12 in New
York.
York, like if he had 16 in Florida, I would
Yeah,
have told him just as a friend, I would have told him, hey, look, stay in Florida.
right, right, right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
But there's other ways that, well, not to completely detract Freezer, but there's other ways for NBA players to get their money. Like they'll register their home in another state and then take like half their contract up front immediately
Bro,
to avoid taxes.
But Dre, what I'm saying to you is, I don't care. I don't care. I don't, bro. Legit, bro. Legit. Not saying that what you're saying doesn't make sense, because what you're saying makes sense, right? I'm not disputing what you're saying. What I'm saying is, you not get ready to tell me to take less money and then I can sell jelly beans on the side and make some bread. Nah, bro. I'm gonna do both anyway and get my bread. Right? Like legit. This is chat. This is what Knicks fans tell me all the time, bro. You could take less to come here, and then you can make side money on the side, bro. I can make money on the side anywhere. If
Yeah.
But
anything, New York needs to pay me more because it costs $30 for a pack of cigarettes.
well, I'll push back on that narrative. The only guys that get paid more like up the market are superstars. Role players, like guys that are fan favorites, they ain't making the fan favorite in Milwaukee is not making what the fan favorite in New York is getting off the court. That's just is just simply not true. Now
I can't even
the
believe you said
superstar
that.
is gonna get looks
I can't even
everywhere.
believe you said that, dog.
The superstar Freezy, the superstar is gonna get looks
Yeah,
no matter
I
what.
already know about the superstar, but what I'm saying to you is you just said a one sided point, right? So it's like if the option is there for you to go to New York and make more money, right? Guess what else is an option in New York? The high ass cost of living. They offset, bro.
Yeah, absolutely offsets.
They offset, bro. It's one of the things like if you tell me if I sign with the Charlotte Hornets and I can only make a mill off the court, right, by doing hustling all year to make just a mill off the court, right? But but I live in Gastonia, right? Gastonia area. I can rock out there for like 400,000. Bro, ain't no place for me to go in the New York tri-state area to pay $400,000 to live, bro. I would have to drive all the way to Pennsylvania. Where am
And
I
with
going to go?
and
Connecticut?
Freezy
Connecticut might be higher than New York.
and with all that, he took less money, and Brunson still okayed him to get gone.
That was.
So maybe that family stuff is not that important. Maybe winning is just the most important thing to Brunson at that
Now,
point.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was JB, bro. I don't
I,
think.
I,
I don't think
I
JB ordered the code. JB didn't order the code red, bro.
he ain't order it, but you best believe they ran it by him.
I think they told him,
Yeah.
"Hey, man, we getting cat. Dante's a casualty. Deal with it."
I don't think any top 10 player has ever had to deal with something like that without it being ran by them.
No, I agree
Yeah.
with you. I'm just saying you had to deal with it, bro. We got cat.
Yeah.
It's yo. Who's a better player, Cat or Dante? Okay, I understand. Okay, all right, I dig it.
No, I
I
think
think Freezy, but I think he has actual say in saying no. If he wanted to say no, I think Leon Rose would actually say would not do
I think he would have thought about it for a millisecond and told him to get the fuck out of his office.
it.
I think he was. You're trying to get all us fired, bro. I think Leon
no,
Rose would have thought about that thing for like half of a millisecond, bro, and told that man to get the hell out of his office, bro. You trying to get all us fired?
mhm.
You and Julius Randle gonna get us to a chip, man. If you don't get them out, bro.
But
I,
it was a trade that had to happen. Like I told you, once once Mikel wasn't gonna sign that extension, yeah, that was yeah, it had to get done.
come on in Brooklyn.
No, once Mikel wasn't gonna sign the extension this year,
The little cheap
um,
extension.
Okay, okay.
yeah, he didn't sign that cheap extension. It was over for Randall.
For Randall and Dante, yeah, yeah.
No, it was over for Randall. Like
Because there's
Randall
no
would have
way
had
to
to
pay
just
him at that point.
there would have been any way. Wait, it was like Randall, you either come back or you don't.
It's either Randall, you come back on nothing. Well, not
You come
nothing,
back
but
for what you were getting paid before, or we're gonna have to find you a place to go.
yeah, what you got paid back before on like 8% increases, not that big to 40% increase that you thought you was gonna get in
but
salary.
Yeah.
but you know what though? If you Randall, bro, if you Randall, like, and I get it. Like for some of the youngsters, man, life is not the same. Like for the OGs like myself, there's like this thing called principle, right? Like when you tell me something and you tell me that I should believe it. That's the stuff that I believe. I operate by that,
Hmm.
right? Like if somebody say, hey, dog, I'm gonna be here every day at 9 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, I'll be reasonable. And then 9 o'clock to me is somewhere between 8:55 and 9:15. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be 9 o'clock on the dot, right?
Hmm.
But it got to be 9 o'clock every day. Like you miss a day, I'm like, okay, I'm cool with it, right? Because things happen. But if you tell me, hey, next year it's gonna be 9 o'clock, and then I'll be like, okay, like he missed a day, he missed a day. If it's 9 o'clock, 8:55, 9:50, whatever. But when we get to that window and you be like, nah, we ain't doing it, see, then I got a problem, right? Because and the OGs in the chat will know what I mean by that. When your word's supposed to mean something. They talk to
Your word
Randall,
is your word. What you say you're
right,
gonna do, you're gonna do.
right. And
Period.
when they talk to Randall about taking less money to build the team and they'll look out for him next time. And then when they got to next time, and then they started shuffling their feet, it was on nah, call it off, bro. I ain't taking nothing less than the max, bro. I think that's what Randall did. I think Randall wanted to be in New York. And I think Randall
Bro,
would have taken less
that was exactly the deal, bro. That was exactly the deal. He turned down the hometown friendly contract because you promised me something on the back end
yeah,
last time.
yeah. And then
Real talk.
when it came to doing the back end thing and they didn't look out for him, bro. He's like, nah,
Mm-mm.
ain't nothing y'all can say to me, bro.
Paul said, but that's why they did Brunson first.
Right,
You see
right,
what your boy did. You know
right,
what I'm saying? Come on. You know what I'm saying? I need you to come on.
right.
Yeah.
And he was like, hell no. Nah.
Right. And then the thing is with Brunson, see, Brunson got like a 2 year window, bro. And for and I understand how I think like a old timer, right? I think about the old timer, and I probably shouldn't think that way, but it's who I am, right? So Jalen Brunson is in this 2 year window. When it comes time to start talking again, and they don't look out for Brunson, this whole thing is out the window, bro. I could probably because you can't go to people and shoot them the gas and then be like, nah, man, things change, man. We didn't expect. Nah, I ain't want to hear that, bro. Because all you had to do was just tell me, hey, the situation is fluid. We're just gonna try to do the best we can do, right? But they shot Brunson again. They like, hey, man, take this lesser deal. We're gonna try to bring in your boys, and then next time we're gonna give you the bag. And then when it comes time to get the bag next time, they're like, you know, we out here, yo. We've been trying to work. We trying to get Anthony Edwards to come in here with you. I ain't want to hear that shit, bro. I ain't want to hear none of that. Y'all had 3 years to plan, and then y'all gonna wait for me to get my money to start talking sideways? Nah, bro.
Mm.
And then Fritz, I'm sorry about the language and all that stuff, man. I know you're saying and all that stuff, man. I apologize for that, man. But
Bro,
No, no, no.
yo, Freeze, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
one thing. Free so the people in the back can hear. Say it loud enough for the people in the back to hear, because that is for real what you just said.
yeah,
Yep.
you gotta, and I understand it's a business, bro. But if you tell me your word means something, and then we find out your word don't mean nothing, there's nothing else you can say to me about that, bro.
Mm.
That's the reason why I think the Randall thing didn't get done. Not that Randall didn't want to be here and he was trying to strong arm him, but at some point, man, you got to. At some point, bro, people got to operate with principle in mind and integrity. You can't say this family thing just so that I can sign, and then as soon as the ink get dry, you thinking about other ways to. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's
I think that's the way it kind of went down
yeah,
because I think once Mikel came through and said I ain't signing for cheap, there was no money. There was no money in the budget
right.
for increase.
And
So
that money is not even accounted for yet. Like you don't even
yeah,
know what Bridges' dollar amount is going to be yet.
yeah. So I think once Mikel was like, nah, I ain't taking that cheap extension. Okay, we need to get rid of him now because the whole league is gonna know that there's no money
Right.
for Randall. and then everybody could just shoot us cheap deals, stupid deals.
Can I tell you
Yeah.
what if I may, just because I understand where you're coming from, and I know I'm talking a lot, but I think
Hmm.
once OG Ananobi signed,
Hmm.
once OG signed for the long term, I was like, yo, you know what? It might not be no money for Randall. That's what
Hmm.
I thought. 'And
Yeah, it
mind
could have
you,
been then.
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
And I mean, at that point, the front office probably knew, hey, we gotta get some scenarios out here because it ain't looking good. If OG if Vakel don't go cheat, there's nothing. There's
Right,
nothing for nobody.
right. And mind you, bro, after this entire thing transpired, after OG um um got his bag, and Mikal Bridges is getting the bag, Randall looking for the bag, they pulled the trigger and traded for a $50 million per year commitment to Cat.
Hmm.
So the money was there. It's just who they wanted to have the money wasn't there.
No, actually, it's different because you went 2 for 1.
No, facts,
See,
facts, Freezy.
no, but Cat, you traded 2 salaries for one.
Okay.
With with Randall, it would have been an increase. That's the problem. So it's not that it's $50 million. It's that we have to increase your salary by
Right.
20 million.
Wait, you think Randall was gonna get 50 million a year?
No, but I'm just saying if it was 40, 45, it's that it's an increase. The increase is the problem. It's not the actual dollar amount.
What increase is what I'm asking you?
He was gonna go from 30 million to 45 million, which is 15
You
more
went from
million.
30 million.
Right. That's yeah.
That's adding $15 million. But if I take a $30 million player and add $20 million worth of other players and then get 50 back, it didn't increase at all. You just swapped.
But no,
You
but you
You
reallocated
just
that
swapped
money
salaries.
in a different way.
that's not true, because you gave Precious Achua a salary increase.
No,
That's
he
for
actually
1 year.
Yeah, but it don't matter. We talking about this year,
no,
But
it
if
isn't
you're
an
viewing the
increase.
deal
He made
of
more
the
money
cat,
last year.
if you're viewing the cat deal,
right?
cat is locked in at a number. Granted, most contracts ascend,
Right.
but he's locked in at a figure that's not going anywhere. Whereas if you had if you had Randall this year, you'd have him at 30 million, and then turn around, then you'd have to pay him 45 to 50.
Is an
And
increase on the
yeah,
cap.
yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
grind.
yeah. I think y'all shooting me the gas, bro. I don't feel like y'all keeping it a stack with me.
Okay, okay. So the only other way that you could have made it work is, hey, can somebody take Josh off our hands for free?
But so here's my question. Why would we consider Cat at 49 for this year and Precious at 6 for this year, for a total of about 56 million for this year?
Yeah,
But listen to me. Instead of keeping Randall and signing him an extension for 45, knowing that
because that's an increase.
his salary for this year is 30, and
Hmm.
his salary wouldn't increase until that extension kicks in, right?
Yeah,
And so Randall would still be at $30 million for this year, right?
I
yeah,
think he was going to opt out and extend.
When talking about this year,
I don't think he was going to play on 30 million ever again.
yeah.
right?
So he would have forced the Knicks into a situation. He would have forced them. He could have put them in a bad situation where
Like you
you're
either got
gonna
to be
either pay
you got to
me
be proactive at that point.
or I can
See,
potentially walk.
this is where I think the stuff the waters get muddy, right? Because if he could have opted out at the start of the league year, he would have done that. But
You can't
Julius,
opt out. No, no, no. He can
no,
He
opt
couldn't
no,
have
out.
the
bro,
opt out.
y'all wrong, bro. If he could opt out, why did he opt out now?
He can't. He could opt out next year.
No, nope, that's not what I'm talking about right now. Julius Randle is playing on $30 million, right? Right
He
now, right?
could
Yeah.
feasibly opt out, but it wouldn't make sense for him to do that because what if he gets hurt? then he
Right,
has no money coming in.
right.
He doesn't. He doesn't have to make that decision until the summer.
No,
It, it would it
you
would
have a
it would
window. You have
it
a
would
window where you can opt out, and that window passed with Julius Randle.
and it's with him is you, as an organization, you don't want to give the player that much leverage in your future.
But we're not talking about the future. We're talking about right now. We're
No,
talking
he
about
can
Yeah,
Cat
but
only.
29 million.
his decision making is still a leverage for your future, whether he makes the decision to opt out in the summer or later or opt in.
In which summer? Which summer are you talking about?
Next summer.
We're not talking
He
about
can.
next summer, bro. We're talking about
He,
right now.
no, he couldn't have opted out. He
This
couldn't have
summer.
opted out.
He could have
This
opted out
summer, he
this summer and became a free agent, but he didn't.
no, no,
No, no,
next
no,
year,
no, 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 no.
next year, not
See,
this year.
see,
Next NBA season,
I'm not talking
he
about
has
next NBA. Again, I'm not talking about next NBA season. I'm talking about right now. We're talking about
He
Cat
can't.
making 45, $49 million this year.
but the
Next,
move for Cat is not about just this year. It's about the
it
next
is
four
about
years.
he's playing for the Knicks this year.
Yeah, but it's about having control and knowing like the power of the organization has control over the next 3 to 4 years over a player. You don't want to you lose leverage on a player and have that player dictate how you make your moves in the summer. If we didn't make that move, Randall would have the leverage to be like, "Hey, if you don't pay me, I'm just gonna go somewhere and you're not gonna get anything for me."
And Leon Rose would have been like, whoop de doo.
And that,
You think
he
the Knicks
tried
would
to
have
pull
found
that card,
you think
Freezy,
the
by
Knicks
not
wouldn't have
taking the
found
extension, and we traded him.
you think the Knicks wouldn't have found someone to spend $30 million on outside of Julius Randle?
But we wouldn't have had thirty
We
million
wouldn't, we
dollars.
wouldn't, we even if we
You wouldn't
had
even have
30
$30 million.
$30 million, a $30 million player ain't gonna give us what Julius Randle was giving us.
We wouldn't even have $30 million to spend.
And to that point, like Randle was playing it like eventually he wants to get paid. You give him that leverage, then you have the opportunity to lose him for nothing. And sometimes paying money in free agency, you're not gonna get that level of you're not gonna get that level of talent or that production back.
Yeah.
That's why we traded him.
Right.
This is
So
this is the Brandon Ingram situation
no,
where it's
no, not
basically the
for
same thing.
nah. It's not the brand because you're not going to be able to trade Brandon Ingram for a cat type player, bro. You're just not. What cat type player is out there that you can trade Brandon Ingram for right now?
No, no, but I
That's
mean
the
the
reason why Cat's
Pelicans.
scenario situation is different because there's many factors that go into him being traded. It
Right.
isn't just because they don't like him.
That's the so you're not going to be able to trade Brandon Ingram for Anthony Davis or
No,
Giannis.
no, but I'm just saying it's the same situation where the Pelicans aren't going to wait to the summer to figure out what they're going to do with him. They're going to get rid of him now. Because if you wait to the summer,
You get
he got you.
nothing. You get
You get
nothing.
nothing, or he got you. One of the two.
You get nothing or you overpaid him. Those are the two options that the player has. And the player will use the leverage of leaving for nothing on you to get paid. And the Knicks don't want to be in a situation where the player has all the power. And it's just like, yo, if you don't that's the reason why OG got all that money.
Right. Because see, that's what I'm saying. See, I feel like y'all just shot me the gas.
If
Because you just said y'all just said all of that about Julius Randle, and then they went through the same scenario with OG and Anobi this summer.
and they decided to pay OG because they
Right,
value him
right.
more.
But
They simply value him more than
did
the Randall
OG
value.
Ananobi not opt out, and did OG Ananobi not have all the power in the negotiation?
And they value OG
Wait, no, I'm
Anunoby
just
more.
asking if it's true.
It's true,
It's,
but they
All right,
value
it's,
OG
so
it's,
the
Anunoby more
same,
than they value Randall.
right? That's what I'm saying. So y'all are saying these things to me, and then I'm looking at the things that actually occurred, and they're not what you're saying.
They value him more than Randall. So they're not going to let Randall dictate the terms on how we're going to move with him.
Right.
Because OG has the leverage and we value what he does a lot more and we paid and we gave out players to get him. We weren't going to let him just leave.
Dre talking to us like we slow.
It's not for you, it's for the audience. I know
Bro, yo,
I
man. How do you think I deal with it all the time?
That's my dog, bro. I love it, bro.
And
I love it.
I love him too.
Yeah, I love it, bro.
But it's like,
Knicks on phonics.
Niggas on phonics, bro.
but
Yo.
it's like
The Randall.
they simply just didn't value Randall as highly. Just the same way that the Pelicans don't
So
value
if they,
Brandon Ingram that
but Trey, my
highly.
point, if they didn't value Randall and he opted out, you think they would have chased him knowing that they don't value him?
Yeah, but they don't want to lose him for nothing.
Right. Right. But you're not losing him for nothing, bro. You're losing him
For cap
knowing.
space.
Yes.
But that's not cap space is not good enough to make up that deficit in talent.
It's
So
not enough.
they do value
It's
him
not.
then. So
They
they
value
value
him,
him
but
and then
not
they
enough
don't
to
value him.
extend him. They value him, but not in the extent to extend him.
Yeah, no, they weren't going to give him a blank check.
And
They
that
were
would be a
not giving him a blank
mismanagement of assets to just let him go for nothing.
To just let him go for nothing and not
check.
bring in
That was
free agent.
fireable offense.
No, you're not firing a dude. You think Knicks fans would have been clamoring for Leon Rose to get fired if Julius Randle left?
If he
Yes,
left for nothing
Nah,
but
bro.
cap space, I would clamor to
Knicks
fire
fans
him.
have been celebrating in Times
I
Square, bro.
I would expect I would expect Dolan to call him into the office.
You
Not
let
only that,
Julius Freezy, you let Julius Randle leave for $30 million. You gonna sign two mediocre $15 million players and be mad as hell.
But Julius Randle didn't create that situation. The front office did.
They created that situation
it's like why didn't you deal with
and
it
they
earlier?
handled it.
They handled it early like they supposed to.
They created the situation and they handled it.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all must be Leon Rose attorneys at law. Because y'all
And
made a
you know,
lot of
and, you know, they kind of slick screwed it up.
yeah, I'm legit firing
Because
off
you know what? Because you missed the whole point when Freezy said they promised him something.
Yep. And they didn't
Oh no,
deliver.
I
How do we know
absolutely.
that they promised him something?
It was on
Come on,
TV.
man. Why do you think
Come
he?
on
Yo,
now.
he could have been free agent, gone anywhere.
Come on. See now.
When?
Yeah, now
Man, are you serious, bro?
We paid him off his best season
nah,
around the
man.
league.
Come on.
I
Now
don't
we
think
not.
around the league was just willing to throw
Yo,
him
I'm done, Dre.
as much money.
Now
Go ahead, bro.
we not debating in good faith
No,
now,
no,
bro.
but Freezy, even I said like that's probably the situation.
Yeah, that was the
But they
situation.
had to deal him. They had to deal him. They had to deal him because they knew the money wasn't going to be there. They wasn't going to pay him.
Right. So the thing is
So
listen,
they traded two guys for a fixed salary.
to me and so our guy Jay told me 3 years ago. He was like, yo, Cat gonna be a Knick whenever he felt like going to the Knicks. He told me that. He said that right on the Knicks Morning Drive. Cat is his
Mhm.
cousin. Him and Cat were buying shoes together. He was like, yo, I'm telling you, Cuzzo just told me whenever he ready, whenever he finished in Minnesota, he gonna be a Knick. And I was like, what you mean? He's like, yo, whenever he get to the end of the road, bro, whenever he make his mind up, he gonna be a Knick. The Knicks already, everybody, it's the worst kept secret ever. He told me that to my face on the Knicks Morning Drive. He told me that. And so in the back of my mind, I always knew that Cat was gonna be a Knick somehow. Right. I didn't know when, right? Because rumors in New York go together like peanut butter and jelly. Right. So Jay told me that's his cousin. His pops was there. Everybody, they was downstairs buying shoes. They were together. He said it right there. He's like, nah, he and the other bro. I promise you. He said that on this show on the Knicks Morning Drive. Right. I was like, man, you bugging, man. That dude, you don't know no Carl Anthony Towns. He's like, I promise you. Watch. He told me that, right? So the Cat thing, I knew could be a thing whenever Cat wanted it to be a thing, right? The thing with Randall though is this. I don't think the whole machinations of the calculator gymnastics things and all that stuff even came into play, right? The fact of the matter is they needed to match salary to get Cat here, and Julius Randle's contract helped them match Cat salary to get Cat here. I don't think it had anything to do with Randle and the money and all that stuff. I think that's the stuff that we like to say is good. It's good for conversation, but the Knicks didn't have any other contracts that they could use to get Cat. Who else you go? Mitch,
Okay, hold on, Freezy. If we were to brought Hartenstein back, do you think that trade still happens?
bro, you would never bring Hartenstein back.
No, 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 no.
Yeah,
If
absolutely, Dre. You're
Hartenstein
not
was
gonna tell,
back,
Dre. You're not gonna tell me. You're not gonna force me to
The
answer a
league
question
made it so.
you wanted to be
The
answered.
league made it that way.
Right? Yeah, Hartenstein was never coming back, bro. He wasn't. That's one of the things we got to live with. Hartenstein, whether it was that dollar amount, the Knicks were never bringing him back, bro.
if we had a starting caliber center on this team, I don't think we trade Randall.
Dre, what I'm telling you is, whenever Cat wanted to be a Knick, it don't matter what all them other dudes was making. The Knicks are gonna trade for Cat.
Except Cat, it was a surprise to Cat that he was traded.
Right. That's what the media said, right? But
No, he was literally in the gym at 3 a.m. shooting
right.
when he was traded.
Oh my God, I got traded to New York.
Why do we use conspiracy theories for these things, but then we make these assertions that these guys were promised money before, but it's different when it's on the other shoe, the shoes on the other foot.
It's not always,
Bro, that's a fact, yo. The
it's not
man took less the first time around, bro.
bro, it's not always that way. That's why we have to be reasonable in the way that we think about things to see what is a reasonable thought and what is not. Right? To
Well,
say
what
that
reasonable is all perspective and subjective at that point.
I understand it. I understand it. That's why it's difficult to prove some stuff and even more difficult to prove other stuff. Right? But all we can do is go by what we feel like is the thing that makes the most sense. That's all we have to go by. Like in terms of your conspiracy theory thing, I understand where you're coming from because that's a reasonable question, right? But to think that these guys didn't know a trade was in the works when they know everything, I think is being a little bit naive.
A lot of players don't find out they're being traded until they see it on Shams on their phone. You know that, right?
Right.
A lot.
Right. Right.
Even
Yeah.
superstars.
Right. But Dre, about 20 minutes ago, you told me stars dictate where they go. Did
They
you did
have
you don't
influence.
you don't remember saying that? You don't
They
remember
have
saying that when we were talking about
influence.
Giannis?
They have influence. But Dame wanted to go to Miami, and where is he?
Ah!
Milwaukee.
I'm all I'm saying is like 20 minutes ago, you said in the Giannis scenario when I said that the Knicks would not trade Josh Hart and such for Giannis, you told me absolutely Giannis would call the shot.
Top
That's
10 players move by different rules than
Yeah,
top
if he
20
wanted to be
players.
here, Knicks would could
That's
contort
different. You
themselves in
comparing
ways to make it happen.
Bro, you just moved the goalposts. You know that,
a
right?
top five player does not abide
no,
by the trade rules of a top
no, I
20
didn't see.
player.
That's not what I went by. I gave you a firsthand account for somebody that is first cousins with Carl Anthony Towns. I told you that. I just said that less than 7 minutes ago. I said that the dude came on the show and said Cat is in the other room buying sneakers. His pops is here. He just told me that he will be a Knick whenever he's done in Minnesota.
And can I be reasonable with you?
Hold
He
on a second.
just
That's
came
word
off
of mouth.
hold on, Corey. He just came off a year where he was 2 games away from the NBA finals.
Right.
Why would he want to be immediately traded?
I don't know. We don't have the answer.
Oh,
Hold on a second. Can I say
what happened
something?
3 years
Can I say
ago has
something?
no impact
Hold
on what
on a
happened
second. Can I
now.
say something?
New information changes how people feel.
Hold on a second. Can I say something?
Right. All right.
This is brand new ownership. They didn't want to hit that. They didn't want to take that tax that came with him already coming into the door. This is a small market team. They cheap, bro.
So is it the
They
front
got. They
office
got.
that
They, hold
moved
on a
him
second. Hold on a second. I'm
or
not
Cat
done.
moved him?
I'm not done, bro.
You're making my argument for me.
That no, no. They got a pending superstar. You understand what I'm saying? The organization knew when they bought him what they were going to do. His agent knew what he was going to do. I'm not saying it was a secret. You know what I'm saying? Stuff happens. And when push comes to shove, though, things got to happen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When the decisions are made, they're made, bro.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like the trade rumors been swirling around Cat for like 2-3 years, especially after he signed the extension. but the feeling about it changed from the outside perspective when it was like, oh, they went to a conference finals and they were 2 games from the finals. In his mind, he wasn't anticipating getting traded. He wasn't asking to get traded. Maybe he could have anticipated a trade, but I don't think he was asking to be a Knick at that moment in time.
That's
Could
what
he
you think,
anticipate it?
but that's what Dre is thinking. That's what Dre is thinking, right? But somebody that we trust, somebody that's in the Barnes Tears family, said, "Listen, man, this is going to happen." Right? They closer than Dre to Cat, right? Right? They closer than Dre to Cat, and the dude told him while we were doing a show, we were live, and this dude said to his cousin that was on the panel with us, "This is what it is," right? And then Dre says, "How you know?" That's how
But
we know.
I'm saying things change over the course of time. He was on a fledgling team that wasn't even a playing team 3 years ago. And then he went to a conference finals and almost went to a finals.
Mm.
And when you're that close to it, it's you don't just make this assertion that oh everybody wants to leave.
You do make the assertion that
Hold
nah, Dre, come on, dog. You telling
on a
me?
second. No, let me say something real quick, Freezy,
Please,
please.
please, let me
You,
finish my point. This is the reason why
oh, my
nobody
fault.
is y'all keep cutting me off. All I want to do
My
is just
fault, bro. My
let me
fault.
finish.
My fault. My
Bro,
fault. My
what I'm
fault.
saying is we're making the assertion that a superstar in Minnesota doesn't want to leave Minnesota and go somewhere else and play. That's the assertion that's being made right now.
No, outside of that, Joe, real quick. You don't think his agent and his money people are explaining to him what's going on with the NBA market right now and with his team?
That man said outside of your point. I thought you was gonna be like, yeah, man, tell him I'm free. Yeah, man, tell him. That man said, nah, man, outside of your point, I thought Lee was gonna have my back. I thought we was gonna go way back. I thought we was gonna go back like Cadillac seats, bro. Bro, the history of superstars leaving Minnesota is too rich for us not even to consider that this is a real thing. Have we not seen superstars play in Minnesota 8, 9, 10 years and then get traded somewhere else just because they tired of being in Minnesota?
I don't know. Cat wasn't a superstar when he left.
Okay. All right.
Cat definitely didn't have the power when he left.
All right. How many times you got to make the All Star team to be a superstar?
I know, no, he was a superstar. He came to New York.
He
You put
wasn't
him
the
right
face of
back
the
where he used to
franchise no
be.
more.
He was not the franchise player.
I think, yeah.
He wasn't calling the shots.
Yeah.
He wasn't calling the shots no more. He wasn't the guy. He isn't the man anymore in Minnesota.
I think y'all wilding, bro. This month. Yeah.
What we scored 18 points a game last year.
These bros, they cold blooded. The Freezer, they cold blooded, man.
Nah, it's the calculators, dude. It's the calculator. Calculator
Exactly.
No,
guys.
That's how
no,
they. That's why they talk
There
about
is
Mitch the way they do.
there is no emotion in real life. Like everybody
no,
is a
no. But it was like I said,
everything
it
is
was
based on emotion.
inevitable that he was traded. It was
It's everything.
inevitable that
Nah, man. It's for the calculator
it was
guys. Everything is based on the calculator.
it was inevitable he was going to be traded. If he
Everything is
wasn't traded to New
contract to
York,
match
he was going to be
contract.
traded somewhere else.
Everything is advanced analytics, bro. That's what it
I
is.
think we had the best package for him. I
We
don't
had
think
we had
anyone
the
else was
best.
actually going to give something of value for him.
What?
He was a depreciated
He's
asset
the
because of
best.
how they used him.
Yo, no less than 10
This
million
is
more
this is
y'all
this is
giving
hilarious.
out Randall. What the
This is
What?
hilarious. Now, y'all are funny. Cause
He
yo yo
was a
yo, stop
depreciated
pissing on my
asset
boot
because
and
of how
telling
they
me it's
used him.
raining, man.
Number
Yo.
one, number one, he's had several injuries over the last few years. Number
Right.
two, he's making an extremely high max, which is very detrimental towards team building unless your money is completely right. Number three, they couldn't afford him anymore, not under any of these new CBA rules. And not a lot of teams could even offer up something of value for him in the first place. Like it like you need in order to be a dancing partner with the Wolves to get Cat, you had to hit so many particular thresholds that not a lot of teams meet, which is why his market was hard to be reached in the first place. Do you think?
And
Do you
plus,
think?
Maybe
Do
that's
you
why the
think
Lakers. That's why the Lakers got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the Knicks didn't.
this
No,
has nothing? But that's not even relevant
you're
towards
right.
today's NBA.
I don't get Dre's point because
My
it,
point is, my
now
point
hold
That's
is,
why I
on,
made that dumbass point.
I'm gonna just say the reason why I don't get Dre's point because you don't know why I don't understand your point because I didn't tell you, right? I'm telling you that I don't get Dre's point because I'm trying to figure out how Minnesota can't maneuver a trade to move Cat, but it's the same organization that overpaid for Rudy Gobert. That's why I don't. That's why I don't get the point. That point don't make
they had the assets to get Rudy Gobert. They paid to the nose for it.
What was the purpose?
right. This is
They they
they
they
really
thought it
like
was a
Rudy Gobert. That was the
championship.
purpose.
They thought it was the last championship piece.
And they came 2 games to the finals.
You know who else was there when they came within 2 games of the finals?
Russell or
That's why the point don't make sense in my mind.
Who was
no,
there?
but it's a the thing is that a deal needed to happen, and the Knicks was the best place to send him. The best place to send him.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
I don't
You
think they
needed a
would ever
shorter
get
contract.
they was
I don't
never
think
gonna
what people
get
don't understand
No,
is
they didn't need
they
it.
needed a contract
They didn't
that could
need it.
save him money within a year.
The calculated guys are just trying to talk over our head.
but you needed Frieza, you needed the calculator guys to even make the trade work in the first place. You know
Yeah.
how many guys we just sent out to even get Cat? We sent out like 3 random guys with extra contracts for it to even work. That's how convoluted and difficult it was to do a trade with
Right.
Minnesota and how
If
tied up
if
their money
Minnesota
was.
didn't deal with us, I'm telling you, they would have ended up with Ben Simmons. They would have ended up with Ben Simmons, and Cat would have ended up on some random team.
Right.
They would have ended up with Ben Simmons.
I
Like,
just
and
I'm
then
not
they
getting
would have
ready.
looked like
I'm
fools
not
and
getting
move
ready to
on.
get on bended knee and pray to the calculated gods, bro. That ain't my thing. My thing is real life basketball and people,
I
right?
know, but like you
But
need to make it
basketball
a
is a
business wise.
business, and a business take
the
numbers.
Knicks sent out 6 guys in that catch. The Knicks sent out
Hmm.
seven guys. So
Hmm.
the Knicks sent out Bogey, Shake, the 3 dudes at the end of the bench,
Hmm.
Dante, and Randall in order to get Cat.
Hmm.
And my guy. And what's my other guy? Keita Bates Diop. So they sent out what? They sent out 8 guys in order to get Cat,
Yep.
right? And what I'm telling you is if a front office is that smart to make a move like that, they're that smart all the time. Guys like that are that smart don't just get lucky because it's convenient for y'all conversation. Y'all think these dudes just got, oh my God, they just did it this one time. These dudes aren't really that smart. It's just this one time they did it right. Nah, bro. Y'all got to give people credit, bro. This whole conversation sounds like y'all two think y'all are smarter than the Knicks organization. That's what it sounds like.
They had the framework for a Cat trade for months.
Bro,
That's why it happened so fast, 3 days before the like they
Dre, this thing was in place for years, bro.
Boo.
This thing has been in place for years, bro. Whenever they felt like doing the Cat trade, they would have just did it. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter if they didn't do it with Randall and Dante. This would have been done with Quickly and RJ. This deal would have been done, bro. If Cat wanted to be a Nick last year, Cat would have been a Nick last year. If Cat
Could have.
wanted to be a
Yo,
Nick 2 years ago, he would have been a
Could have.
Nick 2 years ago, bro.
so
This is
why
Could
did
not
have.
a this is not a all of a sudden Carl Anthony Towns' feelings got hurt because Anthony Edwards choked in game 7. Nah, bro, this ain't that. It's when you get to the end of the road, he like, yo, this is the end right here, man. Just go ahead and
No,
do it.
I think the Minnesota was forced to keep him a year longer. I think
Oh,
they should have traded dealt
so
him last year.
all the stuff, yeah, Lee. So all the stuff
No,
I
they,
just
they should have
ain't
dealt him last year. But
that.
they but they was hot. They was
yo,
hot last year.
bro. Ain't no winning with them, bro. Ain't no
Yeah,
winning.
I'm gonna keep it real with you.
it's the
If,
calculated
if
dudes,
they
bro.
if they if they started out last year as a 500 team, they probably trade him at the deadline.
You
But
should have got
because they
dealt
were a
last year.
58 win team, They held on to him to see where it would
Dre,
go.
but Dre, you also told me, and I respect where Dre coming from. Now in this conversation, I don't know. I think Dre just spraying up the block. But in previous conversations, IKB and Dre told me that it's difficult to trade a star at the trade deadline. Remember we
It
had that
is.
conversation?
It is.
But just now, less than 2 minutes ago, you told me if they started at 500, they would have traded Cat at the trade deadline.
they
It
should
was
have
it was
they should
difficult
have
in
started this
general to
process
trade Cat.
earlier. They should have started this process earlier.
It was difficult to trade Cat in general because do you see the framework to even get the deal done?
Yes.
It
Yeah.
is
Can I say something?
absolute convoluted nonsense.
Yo, let me ask you a real like question, yo, for real. Did you ever think maybe the whole process was trying to get Cat lined up with Randall? You know what I'm saying?
To
I'm
play
just
Cat with
saying.
Rent? No, nah,
No,
no.
like they could have done this. They could have done this before.
If that was the idea of to put Cat with Randall,
I'm just saying maybe you know what I'm saying, just for S and G's and say like his MIP season was like, okay, seems as though we could possibly get Randall at any possible at any possible
to
time.
play with
Let's
Randall,
see.
right?
Huh?
To play with Randall, right?
Yeah.
It
Well,
could
then
have happened.
if that was the case, we would have thrown out them 5 picks. RJ would have been included. Quickly would have been out there if we were that like hard up to
I'm
get
just
him.
saying, but mind you, remember what Freezer just said though. Prior to all that, like like they the man was gonna go whenever he felt like he was ready to go.
Yeah.
I know, but he just signed his extension a year before.
Okay.
All right,
He just
okay,
signed it. Yeah.
And
all right.
signing and like extensions of that magnitude intrinsically makes it harder to trade. It just
No, I just wanted to ask that question because I heard that somewhere down the road. So, and I just wanted to ask that question and wanted to hear how that came across in both of your minds
a- and
as we
and
were talking about it.
and like I understand Freezy's logic 100%. Like I understand it. If it was a different CBA, I'd be like these trades would just happen. Like the Chris Paul trade that got vetoed, it was just gonna happen. Like trades with stars would have happened or been easier to happen. The way they make it so convoluted and difficult, where you got to add 6 players that ain't really important players, the way you got to give them salaries and give them contracts $1 above that minimum, is just a lot harder to trade for a guy that makes a salary. It literally just is harder. It's harder to do. You have to line things up ideally
But
in
but Dre,
so
but
many ways.
but Dre, they did it though, right?
Yeah, they did it.
Right. And they did it in the same offseason that they also traded with their crosstown rival to get a coveted player, right?
Yeah, and
They
they
did it in the
overpaid
same
for it.
offseason, right? Does that not mean that this front office is not talented enough to accomplish their goals? If they do, they made two significant trades in the same summer, right? Accomplished both. And we're talking about them as if this was a task too big for them.
I think I think Carl
Knicks
Towns
Knicks pulled off
fit fit Carl Towns
miracles.
fit the checklist of the type of player they wanted. I don't think it was specific to just Carl Towns. Like if Giannis was available or any other superstar was available, they would have saved those picks that they used on McHale for that superstar. They would have maneuvered in that way to get guys that fit a certain profile that they want to acquire.
So that dude cousin telling you with his NBA All Star cousin in the same room with him that this dude is gonna be a Nick whenever he feel like it. None of that mean nothing.
No, not
That could
really. I,
Okay.
I've I've heard that with other NBA players. I,
From who? Give me an example.
um,
Where a dude was on your show and his cousin is a star in the NBA and said it and the dude repeated it and the dude walked down there. Give me an example. I'm just asking.
no. I know situations where
So it's not apple.
family of NBA players.
No, I'm just saying. Look, hey Fritz, listen. No disrespect but this is where I
Yeah,
gotta stand up for my guy, right?
yeah.
Like this, I gotta stand up for my dude reputation.
But I don't think you're
Now, I mean,
necessarily
just
wrong.
let me say this. Just let me say this.
I don't think you're
The
necessarily
dude that
wrong.
said this is not a bullshitter. Like he don't just come on
Yeah,
the panel and just spew random stuff. It'll be the
but I
same.
don't.
It'll be the just let me finish. It'll be the same thing as if Dre would have told me. If Dre would have told me, I'd have been standing up for Dre just like I do for Jay. Like the dude that said it is not a dude that just come on shows and BS. This is our friend we talking about. This is not a
Mhm.
random. This is not a random dude that just showed up in the DMs and said a thing. This is somebody that we know and somebody that we respect. And just because that dude has a cousin that's in the NBA, right, doesn't mean that he go around and spewing stuff. This ain't that type dude. I just want to set the record straight on that. This is not a random dude that just
I
showed
don't.
up out of the blue like one or two shows. This is a dude that actually rock with us.
Yeah,
but
I don't
Freezy,
think
like,
that's I don't think
but
it's necessarily wrong. I think the Knicks could have said, "Hey, we really like you, and if there's a chance, we're gonna get you." The same way they wanted Chris Mullin for how many years, but that never happened. Like they may intend something to
But
happen.
Chris Mullins' cousin didn't come on the
I
show
know, but
with Chris Mullin in the room and say this.
I
That
know, but it doesn't. It do- they can intend to do things all the time.
Bro,
They
I don't know how
literally.
y'all can argue
yeah,
this.
I don't
but
know. I don't even
I
know
don't
what y'all talking
understand
I'm
it.
about.
Like,
not arguing anything. I'm
but
just like,
I
okay,
don't.
they like Cat. They've
I
always
think
liked
NBA,
Cat.
y'all.
but Freezy,
I
NBA
think y'all
players been
insinuating this dude is a liar,
Freezy,
and honestly, I'm offended by that. I'm letting y'all know
I
right now.
don't think.
I'm
and
I'm
it
not
has
offended
nothing
that
to
saying
y'all
do
that.
that
with.
y'all calling this dude a liar, and y'all don't even know who it is.
I don't.
I
I'm
didn't
not.
say
I'm not.
he was a liar.
That's
I'm
what it
just saying
seems like we're saying right now. That's what it seems
I
like.
don't. But I don't get the
Hold on.
point though.
But Freezy, players can angle themselves to teams that they want to go to all the time. He can say it. Dame Lillard was screaming from a mountaintop, "Send me to Miami," and they didn't do it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You
But
saying this man's cousin said if Carl Towns wanted to come to the Knicks,
These are facts.
he'll come to the Knicks. Yes,
yeah,
When he ready,
yes,
when he ready.
yes,
So
yes.
what does that have to do with Dame Lillard saying that in the media?
And I'm saying superstars want to go places all the time, and it just doesn't happen.
What does that?
even
These two things are not. This is not even in the same
Hold on, you just flip
stratosphere.
flop. You just flip
These
flop.
things ain't even in the same stratosphere. Dame Lillard cousin wasn't on this show saying that.
but I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I don't even know what we talking about, bro.
I don't
Now,
see the
Nobody's calling
problem.
him a liar. We're saying things can be set up and
why
then things change over time.
why would that man feel the need to say something like that, bro?
No, you're highlighting.
I don't think he's anything necessarily wrong.
I don't
I don't
think he
think he's
did
necessarily
anything
wrong.
wrong or said anything wrong. I'm not even calling him a liar. I'm saying circumstances still change in
You
the
said
business
Dame
of
Lillard
basketball.
said that he wanted to go to Miami, and that's not even the same situation. Dame Lillard's cousin wasn't on the show with Dame Lillard in the room, and Dame
Yeah,
Lillard said that.
yeah.
That's not even a similar comparison. That's just a random shot in the air, right? The fact is the dude said he. Well, I ain't even gonna listen, man. I ain't even gonna go there no more, man. Y'all, it sounds like y'all just want to be right about something.
No, I just don't. I don't see the problem. The Knicks had a have wanted Carling Towns for a long time. I think a lot of people said that. But there's other players that Knicks wanted too, and I just like sometimes it aligns and sometimes it doesn't align. And I guess this time it aligned.
And they made it happen.
Yeah.
And his cousin was absolutely right and not a liar. I didn't call him a liar. I didn't even dispute what he was saying.
That's what it sounded like to me, though. It sound like y'all dismissed him out of hand as being a random.
No, not really.
No, I'm just saying.
That's what it
Okay,
sounded. That's what it
it
sounded like
aligned.
to me. That's what it sounded like to me. It sounds like to me y'all saying the time was right and the Knicks did such and such and such. So what that man said is just dismissed out of pocket like a puff of smoke.
No,
Mm,
it's just
That's what
that
it
it
sounds. That's
aligned.
what it sound like to my
Knicks,
ear.
the Knicks identified players that they want, and
Oh, so,
they
and with
work
the
they
Randall
work
current in the current Randall
they
situation,
no they work them back channels, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes if Minnesota didn't play ball, it wouldn't have happened.
if Minnesota didn't have cheap ass ownership, it won't. They would probably try to hold on to him
if
for dear
Minnesota didn't
life.
have to pay that tax,
They would hold on to that
Yeah,
man for
it's
dear
about
life.
circumstances, and you might get one side get greedy, and that changes things. Okay, we wanted you, but then they wanted a
Lee,
little too
you notice
much.
how the conversation when it comes to Cat, it's always a calculated conversation. But when it's to Mikal Bridges and the Nova Boys, they got that thing
mm.
done overnight. Notice that? Remember the conversation? And he got that thing done overnight. But when it's Cat though, it's
Macau
Mikal
didn't
Bridges
happen
and
overnight. They tried Macau the second he got from Phoenix. New York tried to get Macau Bridges over here. The second he went to the Nets.
You don't dial up to 6 first round picks on the first offer. They probably started at 3. No. They started at 4.
The
No.
Knicks offered
Started at
four
5.
first
No.
round picks the second he got in New Jersey. The
I,
second he got in New Jersey.
I don't think that the Macau thing happened overnight either. I think that the cat thing took a long process, and I thought the Macau thing was a long process. We just eventually just succumb and gave it to their demands. I don't think they wanted. You think Leon Rose went into like the I guess tried to negotiate, and he thought he started with 6 picks that night to get it done? Like, no, man, that was in the works for a long time. He just eventually just said screw it and gave up the additional picks because I don't think they wanted to give up more than 4. But New York tax is New York tax. I don't believe like you said like we thought it was overnight. I didn't believe it was overnight. Me personally.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We knew that when he got traded
I think y'all think
from
I think y'all think the calculator gods are just I'm omnipresent, omnipotent. Bro, it's as simple as this.
no
Mikal Bridges said, trade me to New York, right? They got it done that day, right? That's what happened with Mikal Bridges. Because Brooklyn, if it got out that Mikal Bridges wanted to go to New York, Brooklyn was destroyed forever. Period. Because you can't have James Harden, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and then the next best guy you get also wants to leave. You can't have that stuff leak out. These are the
That
things I think these are the details that y'all omit when y'all talk about this thing taking ages to get done. Nah, bro. The man wanted to
no
leave. They
the Knicks
absolutely had to get
tried.
that thing done pronto because if
No,
that
the Knicks
story would have leaked, if the Mikal Bridges thing would have leaked that it's been going on for months and months and months, the question is not how much did New York pay? The question would have been how come everybody wants to leave Brooklyn?
yeah.
my thing is Freezy.
No,
How
but
many
I'm
things
just
leak
saying
out? How
the
many
Knicks have
things?
wanted him for a long time.
I,
It
Everybody,
wasn't a new
a lot
one.
of teams wanted them.
I know.
See,
A
you
lot
don't
of teams
understand.
wanted them.
What Freezy was trying to say is that question ownership, GM, the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah,
Yo,
he
The
had the
Houston
force in
Rockets
hand.
offered the same deal and Brooklyn turned it down.
Yeah,
Houston? No, they offered
Macau
4
brought force in
picks,
hand.
and Memphis offered
I
4
heard, yeah,
picks.
I heard Houston offered was it 5 or
Five.
6? I don't know. 5 picks.
Memphis
They offered
offered
five.
4 of their own picks
Yeah, I
off the
Yeah,
heard
rip.
Memphis offered 6 picks too.
yeah. So yeah, Houston offered everything
That's what
back.
I heard. Now I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
true. I'm just saying it's what I heard. I
I'm
don't know
only
what they're
going
offering.
off what was reported.
Right.
yeah,
I saw 4 reported by
yeah,
several places for Memphis
yeah.
anyway. I didn't see
So,
the Houston stuff.
whether it's for the asking price is extremely high, right?
Yeah.
For Mikal
Yeah,
Bridges. That was the point that I'm getting at. The asking price was extremely high for Mikal Bridges,
yeah,
right? And so if the asking price is high, right? then the Knicks know that right away. So when they go into negotiations, they're not offering a first round pick for Mikal Bridges off the rip when they know what the starting price is. We already
Yeah,
know
they
that
knew.
if they're turning down
But
4 picks, you already know you're going to have to give up at least 5 or 6 picks.
yeah, but once Macau went to them personally, they knew the options just got real small. And then if Macau wanted to take it further, he could have, if it got out, it would have been disaster.
And
So yeah, he forced
and
it. He forced it.
and the other thing about that too, Lee, is this: the trade is announced, but the trade doesn't get finalized till like a week later. Remember that?
Yeah, there's a lot
A
of
couple
moving
weeks,
pieces
a
that
few
Oh
weeks.
they
yeah,
had the framework done, but it couldn't be done
Right.
within until a week
that's
after.
Right.
man, that was rushed,
And
bro.
and that was for both trades, if y'all remember. For
And,
both
Mhm.
trades, that was the trade is announced, and then we know that the trade is being done.
Pending.
There were like little pieces that have to be added in both trades,
Yeah.
right?
such convoluted like inner workings of a trade lets me know like the framework of these things took weeks, maybe even months
Bro,
before it actually had to go through.
Yeah.
the, the thing is this: when the trade is announced, right? The trade had to still be formalized, right? Mikal Bridges couldn't be seen in Knicks stuff, right?
Hmm.
He couldn't be seen in anything until the trade was official, right?
Yeah, it took a month.
Right, and then so in the days leading up to that, like the roommate show was doing like little podcast. They can't talk about the little stuff they know, right? At the at the thing when they talk to Mikal Bridges, he like, oh, I was totally blindsided for it, and he laughing. You already know this man knew that the trade was coming. He probably demanded it, right?
Yeah.
All these details is are what we're leaving out of the conversation, as if the calculator God demands everything be pristine and perfect. It's not how this thing works. If a guy wants to be traded, you can get a trade done in a week. You can get the framework done. You can announce it the next day, and then you can work on adding the peripheral parts to it, the little tertiary pieces, and then it'll be finalized by the league.
If if you have flexibility. If
But
you
if
have
you don't have,
flexibility.
but Fritz, if you don't have flexibility, do you even have a trade?
No,
Right. So you can't even announce it or even have it be a thing if you hadn't gotten past that point.
I know,
Right.
but yeah, they knew how much flexibility they had. Like so the Knicks where they are right now, they don't have a lot of flexibility. It's a lot of trades that just are impossible right now, without certain players being included. So they had the flexibility then. They don't have it now.
We ain't talking
They
about
don't
now
have it
though.
now.
We ain't talking about now though. We're talking about
I know, but
we
like,
talking about the cat trade. The cat
yeah,
trade is consummated already.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
and
had
the
a lot of
Bridges trade
flexibility
was
back then.
consummated. The cat trade, even with the cat trade, bro. Remember the cat trade was announced that it was about 90% done. Remember? They were
Yeah,
like, yo, the Knicks and the Wolves are working on the cat trade. And then it's like the next day, everybody's excited. Remember, Cat didn't even mention the Knicks, right? Remember, he
he
put the
couldn't.
stupid emoji out on X on social media?
He can't. He couldn't.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So to just assume that the trade can't be announced and these things can't be worked on last little pieces and all, because even in the Cat trade, when we knew Cat was a Nick, right? And we knew Randall was going to the Wolves, they still had to work out the thing with a third team. Remember, they were searching for a third team,
I know, but
and
also
it wound
they
up being
they
Charlotte, right? And then they
they
wind up
also need the free agents to play ball too. So yeah,
right, but that was the point, because at the time, and full disclosure, everybody, at the time the cat thing happened, we were trying to figure out, or no, let me take that back. Oh no, we were trying to figure out Precious Achua, right? Remember Precious? Like
hmm
like we were trying to figure out how much Precious was going to make. Remember that?
yeah,
You were like, yo, you got to pay Precious, waited this long. You got to pay him a dollar amount so he'll be attractive in the trade. Remember that conversation?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. All I'm saying, everybody, chat, and I know No, we had a long conversation about absolutely nothing. All of this stems from Mikal Bridges getting $45 million a year. You see how passionate people get, Lee, you see how passionate we get about me not wanting to pay Mikal Bridges $45 million?
Man, we went down a rabbit hole
Bro, head first. Head first. Based
without
on
no parachutes.
and even the calculator guys will admit that they are not satisfied with the way Mikal Bridges has been looking through 20 games.
Yeah.
Right. Even the
But
calculator
he
guys can
holds the
admit.
cards though. He holds the cards at this point though. He has the upper hand over the Knicks.
Not if he doesn't play well.
Right.
You fold.
I know, but the Knicks could cut him or trade him, or let his. But if they want to keep him more than
Why
two
would we
years,
do that when
they're
we
gonna
gave
have to
up
give him up.
so many assets for him?
Who,
I,
McCall?
yeah, I don't think all those are options. I think the dollar amounts are the options. Like they
I know
can't
that's
trade them. They can't trade them. They can't cut them. They got to pay them. The consternation between both sides and the fans who probably have zero to do with anything. But if this man keeps playing like an average NBA wing player with good defense, the Knicks not getting ready to pay that man no $40 million.
yeah. His flexibility goes. His leverage
His
goes
market
down.
isn't that high in the first place. Then
Yeah.
Right.
So his leverage. Yeah.
That's that's the whole thing I've been getting at when y'all told me that. Y'all like, well, you gonna pay? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not paying. I'm not paying a dude that's going to give me the same production as Torian Prince. Y'all want me to pay Torian Prince $45 million? No, I'm
that's a
not.
little stretch, man. Torian is. I don't even think Torian is out of single digits.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
He's like 6 points a game or something like
Okay. Well, let me.
that.
Okay. So that was a bad. Caleb
Get
Martin,
like someone that's given 15 points per
15
game or something.
and above
Yeah,
every good defense. Good
yeah, yeah.
defense and 15 points a game.
Good defense and 15 points a game does not get more than 20, 25.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not paying that man.
More than
And
Cam Johnson money.
I'm not paying. Yo, and then when this thing kicks, think about it. When he gets his extension, he'll be 29. Right. When the extension kicks in, he'll be 30. And y'all want me to give him 4 years? Or I think it's 5 years now, right? 5 years.
Two more years.
$20
It'll be 4 years.
Try to give him 2 more years.
Why would he sign for 2 years?
Because he has 2 years. He has 2 years now.
Okay.
You're
But
just trying to add 2 more years.
it'll be 1 year next year, right?
Yeah. And then you could add,
You could
hypothetically,
add
you could
years.
add
Yeah.
4 after the one.
Fritz, that's what I
Yeah.
said, bro. But that's what I said. I
Yeah.
said,
I think they want to get to 4 years, like a 4-year contract. I don't
but
think they want to
but that's
add
what but Fritz, that's
all
what
the
I said.
way.
He's 28
Yeah.
now. When he negotiates, he'll be 29 in a year. He'll be 29, right? And then when his contract the extension kicks in, we're talking about giving him 4 years, 200 million or $180 million.
Yeah.
Nah,
I don't think they're gonna
Frizzy,
add
we
4
talking
years
about this. How we know the Knicks front office didn't say these specific things about Randall?
already.
right, right,
They talked about this with Randall like in explicit detail, like right now.
right.
Randall knew what was on the he knew what was on the wall. He saw he seen it coming. He knew it was a possibility coming
As
down
soon
the
as he
pipe.
saw that OG deal, he was not getting paid.
Right. Except Julius Randle's resume is by far more decorated than OG Anunoby's resume.
Yeah.
And if you're Julius Randle, whether you like
Preach.
You should
whether
view it
you
as disrespect at that point if you're
right,
Julius Randle.
but think about it, if you're Julius Randle, right, and if you're OG Anunoby, if you're going to the same place, a front office can be like, "Hey, Julius, we don't like your attitude," right? But you know what they'll say to OG Anunoby?
Keep up the good work.
Right. Because the thing is the reason why we feel confident right now in OG Anunoby is because Mikal Bridges is here. right? That's the reason why you don't hold your breath every time OG Anunoby hit the floor, because Mikal Bridges is here. Not because Mikal Bridges is a better player than OG, but he's a similar impact player, and he's traditionally healthier than most dudes that do his job. So if OG is out for 30 games, you're confident that Mikal Bridges won't get hurt and be out 30 games.
Yeah.
It's the only reason why we feel confident. And I know it's some of the stuff that's not said is we should keep stuff hidden in the but nah, the reason why we're confident in OG is because Mikal Bridges is here and can do OG's job if he gets hurt. That's it. If we didn't have Mikal Bridges, if Bogey was in that spot, or if we had to find a guy, if Josh Hart was in that spot, bro, we'd be a nervous wreck right now. Every time OG hit the floor, we'd be looking for our insurance policy, bro. Y'all know that. The calculated guys know that.
I think
Right?
the calculator guys dictated.
That's funny.
The calculator guys dictated a style of play that we're probably going to play, or a style of player, or a type of player, or archetype of player. And I think you're talking about we went from a grinded out team to straight up 5-out basketball.
Right.
This ideology, a change, it doesn't happen overnight. It may happen overnight in terms of acquiring the player before the season, but I think basically they were thinking about making this switch probably over the course of 2 years. They just eventually got the right circumstances for it to happen. And I feel like Brunson being a key focal point in the team, or how the team is focusing, they had to make that decision based on his stardom.
I think Cat told him he was ready. That's why you make the change. Cat was like, "Hey, I'm ready, y'all."
You think you think if Cat didn't say anything, you think we were going to run the season with Jericho Sims as the starting center for 30 plus minutes a night, every night?
Nope.
Then
Nope.
what would he have? What would he have done then?
What do you mean?
Randall at the 5?
No. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Were you
If
not saying
Cat
Randall?
said, if
Were you
I'm
not? Were
saying,
you not? Wait. You think I'm senile, bro? Were you not one that was saying during the summer that you wouldn't mind seeing Randall playing some minutes at the 5?
yeah, I wouldn't mind, because it wouldn't be. It would be the only thing we can do.
Bro, I remember these conversations, bro. I stack what y'all say on top of each other so I can follow the conversation.
No. I was all for Randall at the 5, but I
No,
also
no,
know Top.
not
I
full
also
time.
know.
I'm not lying on you. I'm not saying that you said Randall at the 5 full time. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
You mentioned Randall at the 5 in some spurts. I think you mentioned like 4 minutes per half or something like that, where Randall won't get banged up, but you got to have some other guys.
And I made the assertion based on hoping Mitch wouldn't be gone this long, but we found out what Mitch was
He out
really
to the
gone.
He
Yeah.
out to the King Holiday, bro. And Fritz Alcindor also is one that bombarded me with some stuff. Fritz, you remember the conversation that we had when Hartenstein left? You remember the conversation we had?
Yeah.
Fritz bombarded me. I'll share this with y'all, right? And I'm not putting Fritz on the spot because we had this conversation publicly, but we just didn't have it recently after the Cat trade. But Fritz and I used to talk daily about Walker Kessler and
I
Mark
still think
Williams.
Walker Kessler is that. I still think they have their eye on Walker Kessler, even
Right.
now.
So it's not like when Hartenstein left, there were no viable options. We did a show. Lee, remember when we used to do the show every night and I used to pick out a random veteran center around the league?
Yes, sir.
Remember when I did the show about Christian Coloco? Remember I talked about Christian Coloco from the Raptors?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Walker Kessler. So it's not like when Hartenstein left, because we were never going to re-sign Hartenstein, bro. Hartenstein was gone, right? I talked to Jacob in Orlando, who does the Magic is something podcast. I forget what the name of, but you can check him out on X. I talked to him for weeks about them having Hartenstein in the bag at 4 years, $100 million for weeks, bro. He was like, nah, Hartenstein is not coming back. He told me that, bro. He legit. He was like, there's no way Hartenstein is gonna turn down the opportunity to play with Orlando, bro. That's what he told me. 4 years, $100 million was on the table for Hartenstein. I knew Hartenstein wasn't coming back, bro. I knew it. Not at 2 years. What was it? Could we offer? 4 years, 68?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
think
what?
he had to start at 17. I think he had to start at 17 or something.
Yeah.
Like
But it can go up to 17.
our cap CBA wise to basically sign him without it implicating us would be at 17 a year.
Yeah.
That was our limit.
Because he told me, because Jacob told me it was like a number like 17.2. Like we could do 17.2 like the first 2 years, and then a third and fourth year was, and I was like, man, Knicks ain't doing that. The Knicks ain't doing that, bro.
They would have gave him the 17, but they
If
weren't
you'd
going
took
above
the
that.
17.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you
I think
took the 17.
but they actually did have the space. They like literally put it before him and let him make decisions.
Right. But he was never
It was,
taking that money, bro. Like,
yeah, it was a long
why
shot.
would he take less money to play in a tax adverse state than to take 4 years for $100 million in a tax free state?
Yeah.
The
No, I
only
don't
reason,
think he didn't know if
took the OKC money is because they guaranteed him a starting job, and they guaranteed him 59 million upfront in the first 2 years.
yeah. Plus, he
And
didn't
nobody
know
else around the league
if
was
it was
beating that.
real yet. You don't know if it's real yet until you see it. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So
The Knicks couldn't even get close. That's why the Hartenstein was never in play. And then there was a group of us that had a bad taste in our mouth because of the way he finished his Knicks career. 0 points in a game 7 on your own floor where we needed scoring. And he didn't show.
He didn't show. But
I think he knew it was done, and he was like, "Yo,
he's looking like he's
let
worth
me
the
see."
money for OKC though.
Yeah, but if I'm just talking about Dre and listen, he might be worth the money, right? I'm not saying that he's not. What I'm saying is that the Knicks never had a shot at keeping Hartenstein. Is what I'm saying.
The CBA blocked that in the
Right.
first place.
That's all I'm saying about Hartenstein. That's why we were started talking about valid options. It was never a man, are we going to lose Hartenstein and OG Anunoby? I mean, I'm sorry. It was never a can we keep Hartenstein and insulate ourselves against OG Anunoby signing with Philadelphia. It was never that. In my mind, it was always OG is a Knick.
OJ priority number one.
Right. And Hartenstein is gone.
Yeah, OG signing was first, and once he signed, that's where the $17 million ceiling came from.
Right. And Fritz, you know how I knew that OG was a Knick? I don't know if you remember this or not, but OG came out and started game 7 on a torn hamstring. And generally what happens with a highly sought after free agent, they're not going to risk any damage to their body knowing that they're going into free agency. So as soon as we saw OG out there in game 7, remember he hit the 2 shots early on, but he was out there walking like the Walking Dead?
Yep.
I was like, oh yeah, he re-signing, bro.
Yeah.
Why would
No,
that
I think the Knicks knew what they were getting into when they traded for him. There's a lot of teams that didn't want to trade for him just on the question mark of does he want a max contract?
And is he gonna stay?
Right.
Because he said there was a lot of teams he wouldn't stay for.
Right.
The main reason, like when the news came out, it was like the Knicks had an extremely high chance of extending him because he wanted to be in New York in the first place.
Right. And to me, what sealed it is him showing up in a game 7 ready to play, even though his body wasn't. That right there let Knicks fans know. And if you didn't see that game 7, and if you think I'm shooting you the gas, chat. If y'all think I'm shooting y'all the gas, go back and watch the first 6 or 7 minutes of that game 7. And look at that man's face when he out there trying to give it his all for the Knicks in a game 7.
That man was trying to chase down Pascal in transition and could not do it.
And he could barely walk. And dudes that just want the money would never have risked their body. And that's it. Bro, Fritz, you don't remember Jeremy Lin? Remember Jeremy Lin?
Facts.
Yeah, yeah. His last
Jeremy
couple
Lin
games,
said
yeah.
Jeremy Lin said he was 85% and he didn't even play.
But
Hmm.
it's one of those things where the contract was already filled out. It was just a dollar amount that had to get figured out. Like he was gonna the way his contract is set up, it was basically like we gave him one more year over and a little bit less than the max
Right.
because Philly gave him the straight up max. So we gave him a guaranteed extra year,
Yep.
and in turn he turned down from getting the full max.
Right. I
Like
don't I think the Philly thing, Dre, I ain't gonna lie to you. I know it's gonna sound like me talking like pie in the sky and leaning too much on the human element when we know that money talks, right? We know money
yeah,
talks. But
Hmm.
in my mind, the whole thing with entertaining Philly and them was just to set the market. I don't
yeah,
think
yeah.
ever
That's why I said like
That's what you got to do.
yeah,
that's why I was like we knew he was gonna resign, but the dollar figure was gonna
right,
be up in the air because they wanted to set the market a certain way. So once OG went out into the market and saw, oh, they're giving me a max for 4 years. Okay, well I'll take 5 and I'll go under the max.
right,
Have at it.
right. Yeah. Yeah. I knew that, bro. Bro, I knew that Hartenstein was gone because when another content creator tells you that your free agent is in the bag, bro, generally that free agent is in their bag, bro. Generally, right? I so because I had been hearing that for weeks, right? Like, nah, bro. The only
OKC
thing,
offered him OKC offered him some money and he was still considering going back to the Knicks. And then Sam Presti flew directly to where he was at
right?
and dropped a bigger bag and then he couldn't turn it down.
Yeah, I think he was.
Never even took to Orlando meeting either.
Right. Yep. Yeah. I knew. Yo, Orlando, legit. If you notice, I don't know. Remember the timeline, but as soon as Hartenstein signed, I noticed that they started re-signing their own free agents. Right. Not the KCP one because
Goga,
I think
they got Goga back.
right. They brought Gary Harris back. They brought
I think
brought
they signed the other Wagner brother.
yeah. Like they legit just use that money just to bring their own guys back. Right. So there's
And
that
and
part.
it's the same thing Indiana did too. Like they re-signed like a bunch of the backup centers and remember Jalen Smith went off the market too.
Yep.
And you
Yep.
wanted him.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Because I wanted a jumbo guy. I don't think Sticks is a true NBA center. I think he's a
He just gives you versatility.
yeah. 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 All right, everybody. Hey, what else y'all got, man? Fritz, what else you got? You got anything?
Oh, what? Oh,
you wanna bash me with the calculator some more, bro?
no, no, no. No,
All right.
no.
All right. Well,
But my show will be back this week though. Yeah. So
okay. Yo,
That's what's up, yo.
make sure y'all check out the NBA Economy Show with Fritz. Make sure y'all go to the channel, subscribe, like all the videos, comment when he go live. Make sure you put a rock in his shoe. Something like, just make sure you put a rock in his shoe. Something for him to talk about, like Mikal Bridges ain't gonna resign. Just
yeah. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to do some like other teams content too. So
okay,
I'm gonna talk a little bit about we're gonna bash Philly a little bit this week
okay,
and talk
okay.
about Philly's in trouble. Philly's in trouble.
Philly is in trouble, Fritz. But you know what? People need to listen to Uncle Freezy sometimes. Not all the times. I'm not always right. But when
Hmm.
when I mentioned that just grabbing a bunch of dudes out of free agency doesn't make you a team, we knew
Yeah,
something was going on with Philly, bro.
yeah. And
So
right now they got a lot of guys who signed for cheap for a championship, and it
right,
looks like they ain't going for a championship. You think they're gonna sit there?
nah. I expect, I ain't gonna lie. this time next year, I expect Philly to be tanking.
I think they might call it early. I think they might call it early because a playoff exit does nothing for him.
I don't honestly, I don't think Nick Nurse is going to make it to the trade deadline. You
I
got
think they're gonna shut it down early. I think they talking about Embiid is hurt
yeah,
and he's. I think they might tell him to go home and start breaking some things up.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. All right, everybody, I'm gonna get out of here and get some rest. Thank y'all for coming through and rocking. Check out the NBA Economy Show. We're gonna get out of here.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.